Hello, 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 and welcome to the Citadel. Meet new fishy. Whee! Not got any toy today. So, hopefully the volumes are okay. We played with them some yesterday. They were kind of quiet. They've always been kind of quiet. Hopefully this has fixed it. See, fishy, come back. Whee! Boomerang fishy! If you get that reference, you're old, or you have eclectic tastes, or both. So anyway, we're back in Starcom today. I've been having a lot of fun with this game. There's a lot more to it. There's a lot more nuance to it. Allying with certain factions, pissing them off, those choices. It's very interesting. Doing the exploration, I'm having a lot of fun with it. And our ship gets getting bigger and cooler and interesting. And I'm enjoying that as well. So, it's a double whammy of yay. So we're gonna keep going in it. We're looking for parts to the chariot. Do the throw? I don't know. They're brass. They're brass things. So yeah. That's what we're looking for. That's what we're hoping to find. So that we can rebuild. So I think the goal is to unlock the technology so that we can return to our own universe. That's the word I'm looking for. So at the end of last stream, we were upgrading. We've gotten all the parts finally to upgrade our ship from an explorer bridge to a cruiser bridge, I believe is the thing. And then we've added the Havoc system. And then we've got missiles and fighters and fixed guns and plasma, which is your generic turret. So yeah, we've got a pretty good ship. We still need to unlock lasers. We do have shields unlocked, but we don't have the resources to build it, so that's one of the first things that we gotta find, because with my playstyle, I'm gonna need all the armor I can get. Also, this drink should last me the whole night. If I finish this drink in 10 minutes, we're gonna have issues. I mean, it's not vodka, thank God, but it's not exactly beer. And it's supposed to last me the night. That's why I poured it a big one. Put a bunch of ice cubes in it. I know, that's kind of sacrilegious, but oh well. Mine. Haha. Anyway. Fishy, away! Yeah. Thank you guys for joining me. I hope you have a good time. I hope you're enjoying the content and the videos and all everything. And with that all said and done, I'm going to check one thing real quick on my phone, make sure everything looks good on that end. And then we'll get started. One of these buttons will do something that I want it to do. That's the one. Doink. It does say I'm live. Good. That's what I wanted to make sure. I have some of my software says that it's unauthenticated and it's not doing its thing, so I wanted to make damn sure that the one person that it says is in chat is actually in chat, and I have online, and it's not just my computer telling. Ooh, I dropped the fish. Telling me it's like fishing. Look at what I caught, Mom. It's a big one. I'm talking about the dog, not the fish. The dog. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, we're gonna get into it. Thank you guys. I know a puppy who doesn't want me to get into it. He wants me to play. Okay. I do have a new bribe for said puppito. I guess maybe we will try these out. They look substantial. They look like something that will keep his attention, and apparently they don't have rawhide. I don't know if that's good or bad. Just what it is. Oh my. We have an interested party. Is it interesting enough? It holds promise. Oh God. Sometimes you can tell just how good a thing is by how bad it smells. Okay. I've been having a problem really with some treats I bought him that come apart pretty easily and create long strips of what becomes very soft and malleable, I assume rawhide, or some sort of skin. And then he swallows the long strips, his stomach doesn't like it, and he throws it up. So, hopefully these will be better for him. So yeah, this is the new boy, the big boy. We need titanium. Neutronium too. So we need neutronium. Where do we want to put? Shields. We need a bunch of material for this. Save design. Alright. Okie dokie. Takes back to planning mode. Alrighty now, where do we want to go? What do we want to do? We have the piece with them that we could set up if we wanted to. What do we have for cargo? Don't have a lot of aluminum. So we're going to hold on to what we got. There is that missing ship that the guild wants us to look for. There is also the missing ship that the CXTA wants us to look into. This is still pinging for some reason. I don't entirely know why. Oh boy. Alright, Fluffy Wuffy. Fluffy Wuzzy, Fuzzy Wuzzy. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. That's the one. It's not Fluffy Wuffy, it's Fuzzy Wuzzy. But you're Fluffy Wuffy. Yes, there you go, Fluffy Wuffy. Is that what you wanted? You wanted to chew your bone up here with your buddy? I don't know, am I your brother or am I your father? I mean, you're my kid now, but at the same time, you were my mom's kid. Buddy, can you not chew that over thin air? You're asking for us to end up with an issue. Why is it you give a dog a bone, and it doesn't matter how much space he has to work with, he will always chew it in the most well, now he's just chewing it on my arm. Precarious place possible. Yeah. If you just sat your face down, I'm not giving it to you. We're getting a ways out over here. Alright. So we're looking into disappearing haulers. Right? Recently come under attack in this area for unknown vessels. We have minimum armaments. Okay. So yeah. Real quick. Keybinds. Havoc perimeter is 4. Shield is F. Okay. CX hauler. Alright, so you've been under attack in this area. It's another piece of devout jetsam. Wait, there was a ship right out here. Alright. Cylinder is empty, but whatever was inside must have been highly radioactive. Even with heavy shielding, the case itself is giving off hard radiation. Oh, great! But you're supposed to lay on those, not play with those. Hello. It is the dog. CXTA. It's like support by major factions. Starcom has acquired a reputation, threat to reckon with. We've now lost several deep haulers on several routes. Some of these have been in guild space. Such are the risks. But our contract... Guild is claiming they have no evidence of aggression. To investigate the region where the attacks have most recently occurred. Buddy, really? Things he finds. So, whatever was in that jettison canister had a powerful but unique radiation signature. Could you take a look? Have some downtime? Will do. So, alright. So just search the area, and I think this is the area of the latest attacks. I've done a spectral analysis of the region's background radiation with a filter on the readings from the devout flotsam. There's a dim red nebula with very low level readings that are near match. Marking on the nav map. Mac. I'm not finding anything. Though I guess that's also kind of the problem. I wish it showed us our detection range, so I knew how big a bubble I had around me. We have recently come under attack in this area from an unknown vessel. So should I just follow you? Until you get attacked? And there's the dog. There's another hauler. There's a lot of haulers right in here. That's one of these haulers. This isn't actually a hauler. Tanker. Hauler, tanker. Ooh. Stalker frigate. Okay, they are just repeating a series of 16 ones. Okay, maybe trues? The translator doesn't have much to go on. And a very pleasant to you as well. In communication. We don't understand. In communication. Hmm. I mean, there's gotta be video recording, right? We had to have captured that on tape. Here we go, here's another one down here. Telemetry device. Highly unusual variation of standard starships drive for navigation. The telemetry data marks a pretty compelling case for these ships. Wherever they are, we're hunting freighters in this sector. Sounds like the proof the has asked for. So now I just gotta find a guild ship to prove it. Because they aren't hard to find ever. Well, we found another faction, it would appear. This one seems robotic. I'm torn. Theoretically, if we just follow the flingers, we should find what we're looking for, a guild ship. Actually, now that I've said that... Lost Gigaplex. Yeah, we want to go to the Lost Gigaplex, because there is 110% a guild space station there. Trading port. Trade port? Depot? Something like that. Guild supply port. Depot. Depot? Depot. Greetings. What do you wish? We have a list of topics we may discuss given your available funds. This telemetry box is proof that cloaked ships are attacking CXTA in your territory. Interesting. Repeated false claims have perhaps inured us to the possibility of legitimate ones. We will investigate further. Thank you for bringing this evidence to our attention. We will dispatch a Guildmaster and 2nd Legion Division to the area. Of course. Colorful toy. We have 4 iridium. Oh, I have picked up all the plutonium, or platinum we need. I would like nerium, but... yttrium would be nice, too. Of course, go figure we need titanium as well for the ship modifications I want to do. Yeah, I don't have iridium. Okay, now that we've taken care of that, I suppose we should take care of this. You drifted too far out. Yep. The Trade Guild has sold us the location of their missing ship's last gateway warp. There appears to have been a battle here. Devout Derelict. This vessel has been stripped of most of its useful materials, although the bridge section remains mostly intact. Its computer logs are encrypted, but Gillis is able to recover the most recent entry from the buffer. Repeat, the Pure Hive do not need our protection, nor will they sell protection. Business not good in this region. Repeat. Another stripped vessel with an intact bridge. Recent log entry. Flak attacks, flank attackers, and cover guildmaster's retreat. Concentrate fire on the faster ships. To any future recovery team, demand at least thrice payment for future jobs in this region. Deposit in advance. So that's 2nd Legion. Another stripped vessel with an intact bridge. Into the devotion we travel with fear to learn to the true secrets of the sacred artifacts within the deep seas beyond. That sounds like someone who has accepted their fate. It is statistically implausible that these ships were all disabled fighting each other in a single engagement. The damage patterns are too consistent and almost exclusively focused plasma. Seems we have some sort of boogeyman. Well, time to get jiggy with it. Get it, boogie? Jiggy? I'm sorry, bad joke. This planet is periodically swept with sandstorms where individual particles break the sound barrier, creating an audible crack. By audible, I mean producing vibrations we can detect from space via refraction. Oh, that sounds like a great place to vacation. What could go wrong? This flinger is launching me God knows where. Just on the border of my sensors. The 2 more flings. Oh, here we go. Still has a warm core, leading to occasional volcanic eruptions. This lava field may have Some heavy metals. Iridium, I'll take it. I like iridium. Oh, anomalies attack. So, right or left? I'm right-handed. Let's go right. Welcome, everybody. How are we all doing today? This is your captain speaking. We have no snacks on this voyage. Please keep your tray in the upper right position. What are these guys? Intruding vessel. We have no record of your species, federation, or culture. This is therefore a first meeting, and you do not know our customs. Allow me to explain. This space is under the exclusive control. The universal translator is doing an above-average job with colloquialisms. Too bad they're the "we want to kill you" kind of culture. I'd love to learn more about their translation tech. This space is under the exclusive control of the Pure Hive. We do not need pollution from your belief system, whether it be religious, free trade, quest for knowledge, or some sort of mutual defense baloney. From experience, we have learned that simple words fail to convey our sincerity. To avoid this misunderstanding, we have adopted a new communication protocol. We will destroy your ship and leave fragments of it near the mysterious space circlet. We're just here to investigate a missing ship. If you can tell us what happened to it, we'll leave. We probably happened to it. Did you see parts of it when you arrived? In either case, we cannot let you leave. It would only encourage others to expect an exception. The guild will keep sending ships. Why are you explaining this? You're just going to kill us. This is a new policy. Some of the lesser astute intruders don't get the message with just seeing the destroyed fragments of their comrades. It is our hope that if your fellow whatever you are come looking for you, they will discover your ship logs and hopefully spare us from having to repeat ourselves. Your death screams will spare your comrades in the future. I kind of want to fight. Oh, them. No, while they were a bit of a challenge, we chased them across several sectors and eventually managed to crack their shields. If they never made it back, they must have died in the void. In any case, now that this conversation is in your logs, that should explain things when someone finds your wreck. Oh. Damn, you're a speedy little bugger. I'm sorry, whose wreck are we gonna find? Well, we found a new faction to mine resources for us. Yeah, that I think is the politically accurate term. Mineral scans show that this local group of star systems probably formed several billion years ago in the galactic core, but were flung off by radial turbines? Yeah, I gotta remember to use my flak. I have the Havoc cannons for a reason. Hell, I even have 2 of the Havoc cannons. Save. Save. What a weird little system we've discovered. Small meteorite with high concentration of uranium. Slushy nitrogen. Good old sludgy nitrogen. Actually, I don't have anything new to analyze. I was hoping for new analytics. There be a giant over there. I can't speak worth a damn today. I love coffee. Coffee est the bum diggity. Oh, there's another star. Ooh, there's some resistance. Flying hive? Ooh, there's a lot of resistance. What are you guys, kamikazes? Well, at least you're made of titanium. Yeah, you guys look evil. Ouch. Ouch. Thank God I have armor, but ouch. Normal thermodynamic processes should cause the motion to spread between the regions, but it remains confined to the lower region for unknown reasons. There's a very unusual boundary between 2 gas regions of highly disparate medium scale stuff. There's not much to see, although Ensign Kepler notes that the team has been lucky that so many anomalies have occurred in areas with anything in the visible spectrum at all. There's a lot going on out here. This is a heavily terraformed planet with dedicated hexagonal zones engineered for specific biological industries and agricultural purposes. More research. I'm guessing this is the Pure Hive's primary world. Although their biology does not seem like one that would have evolved on a planet with this gravity and orbit. So I found the home world. And defeated the home fleet. Accidentally. Oh well. As you can tell, I'm all broken up about it. Actually, I am a little. I need more resources and stuff, and if everyone dies, I don't get that. Oh, there's a slinger. I don't really want to bump into it right now. What is this? Absar Station. The upper atmosphere of this planet is putting out quite a light show, but well outside the visual spectrum in the far UV range. This reveals some unusual aspects of the solar radiation. Shallow circular depression marks an eroded impact crater. The lander's penetrating radar confirms a buried dense meteorite. Have the team excavate. Since I never get to chime in with xenoculture trivia on these surveys, I'm just going to say that the term for an impact crater is astrobleme, literal star wound. Archaic. After several hours alternating between the lander's mining laser and using the stabilizer jets to clear the debris, the team finally uncovers several iridium-rich fragments. Yay, iridium! I also need yttrium, though, boys. Yttrium. What's the crew at? We're getting there. An interesting space station. Near invisible monomolecular fiber connects the orbiting station to an unknown endpoint beneath the sea. It must have incredible tensile strength to withstand the gravitational differences. Like the aphorism, the relatively calm ocean surface belies a depth beyond the range of the scanners, at least 20 kilometers. Welcome, explorer, to the Abyssar. Our modest trading outpost offers resources and trinkets for trade. We'd be delighted to exchange some with you. We're looking for a guild ship that disappeared in this region. Yes, we have met them recently. They are, in fact, the reason for our modest catalog at the moment. The complete cleared us out of artifacts. I blame myself. always pricing items too low. We have since received some new items, but as you will see, I have not learned my lesson. No doubt I will be relieved of my position soon, and a more responsible replacement will raise prices. What can you tell us about the Pure Hive? An efficient and well-coordinated species, the Pure Hive has recently become even more distrusting of strangers in this space. Before they would merely threaten, but lately they have started making examples of the wrong sort of visitor intruding into their space. For a while, the wrong sort were these aggressive proselytizers, although the definition seems to have expanded to anyone but themselves. A hypercritical attitude, as they were new to this region a few centuries ago. In any case, they have been terrible for our modest trade concern, and have forced me to lower prices due to their already ruinous levels. Below their already ruinous levels. Why does the hive let you stay here? Well, we were here first, so we aren't exactly intruders. But they have recently suggested that our business might do better elsewhere, which we take as an ominous change in policy. Unfortunately, we are not well suited to travel. I'm not even on this station. I'm several thousand meters below the watery surface of our planet. There is a concern, a going out of existence sale, that's a new one, that they may turn their aggression toward us. I have further reduced my prices so you may take advantage of this opportunity before it's too late. Optic pistol, thermal device. You want titanium. You know, for prices being low, they aren't that low, based on what I'm seeing here. Yeah, I just... Who? I need 12 for the shields and 1 for the double bulkhead. Fudge. That's all for now. Well, we got something new to scan, at least. Attachment transmits a real-time wide-angle feed from the projectile. This would allow the fire to gain an advantaged perspective of the battlefield. Humans obviously could not process information that quickly. Whoa, I almost touched it. Oh. Well, shit. Oh, more resources. Come here, resources! Ooh. So you are the source of the palladium. Palladium, titanium, aluminum. Pretty good haul. I can't aim worth a goddamn bit. There we go. This goes deeper. Damn, this one's going far. Oh, that does still have coffee in it. Whoops. I think this is a shorter trip, so we're gonna not worry about this one. Or making it from this here. Ooh, a kinetic joint? Using articulated composite allows ship modules to absorb kinetic shock. This articulated construction might be why the Hive ships are so nonchalant about collisions. Most of the kinetic energy is safely dissipated. I can't replicate it perfectly, but I think we can research a way to reduce collision damage. Ooh, that would be nice. I can be like my favorite Imperium and just slam into people. That's the Imperial way, after all. We should play that game, too. It's pretty phenomenal, but only illuminating in the most literal sense. It's a mesmerizing azure glow visible several dozen kilometers within the clouds. Upon further investigation, it is revealed to be a refractive effect created by an inversion in the upper layers. Well, so much for the drink lasting me the night. At a glance, the team identifies the anomaly as a derelict vessel that probably crashed into the surface in a semi-controlled deorbit. It's in Trenton, confirms this theory and partially reconstructs the ship's fate from its logs. The ship was one of two long-range. Crew must have used the new technology to establish a colony elsewhere in this region, probably a more hospitable planet than this rock. There's two long-range seed ships from a planet suffering an environmental catastrophe. Upon reaching this system, it awakened its crew, who discovered an abandoned ship with advanced technologies. Could this have been the Hive? Red Star. Derelict vessel detected. No energy signals. This vessel has been shredded by high-energy weapons and its valuable resources stripped away. Inside, despite the size, only a single deceased Ermir is found at the command station. Judging from the status of the ship's systems, they were probably caught completely off guard by whoever attacked them. Comms array has the last outgoing voice message in its buffer. Hidden tomb, last resting place, Okjuk Empire ruins. Go alone, Legion Scepter. Unexpected void disturbance. There is a parallel data stream with a set of coordinates. Hidden tomb. The things you find between the stars are much more interesting than the things you find between the couch cushions. Well, I was going to say a lot less disgusting too, but so far a lot less disgusting. I don't think that's going to be permanent though. Make an alteration to our approach vector. You know, traveling between the stars would be terrifying. I would think. You know, just no sun, no nothing. This terrestrial planet doesn't have much to offer in terms of resources, but was flagged by the anomaly sensor due to its high habitability index. Yeah. Never make it home. This would be a good candidate for settlement. That was a happy thought. Aha. Just what I always wanted, a return trip. Okay, so that is one possible answer to the great conundrum. I mean, more titanium. A few millennia ago, this planet was home to a nascent space-age civilization. Technically, this coincided with the catastrophic changes in their sun's output, which raised the surface temperature dozens of degrees. From an examination of the ruins, we can see that they anticipated the disaster impressively. It seems like this event united the largest of the planet's cultures into launching a seed colony ship. This control tower continued to track the launch. It appears the survivors found hope in the idea that some members of their species could reach the nearby star system, where their primitive telescopes detected a habitable world. The journey would take centuries and relied on some very new ideas for them, like gravity and relativity, to predict the correct approach. I reviewed the calculations used for the colony seed ship launched and their target planet. Unfortunately, their model was off by an amount that compounded over the centuries. The seed ship would be passed right through the target system on into the void. That's depressing. I want to find the planet where everyone is fine. I wanted to find the planet where everyone is fine. It is depressing. They probably were targeting the habitable terrestrial. They might have hit that colony ship. That might have been one of their ships. $300 points. Oh, there's another portal out here. Good. Away with you. The lander touches down in a broad glade not far from a large cave in a 50-meter cliff. As the team approaches, the cliff is revealed as the overgrown ruins of a fallen empire structure. The cave opening is an archway. Damn. There are clear signs that the interior has been modified from its original layout. Some passages have been sealed off with large stone blocks. Letters painted on the wall translate as a warning. The tomb of Juk. Turn back, weaklings, fools, and cowards. Only death and shame await within. Beyond the corridor slopes south and down into darkness. Beyond the corridor slopes south and down into darkness. We've saved. I have the time stone. Let's go. Cave descends and tightens to a narrow, high-ceiling corridor of... Eventually it branches into east-west. So we've been going south. So... heading south. Let's go east. Tall corridor branches into darkness in all directions. Team walks through the dark, echoing corridors of a natural white stone. Yeah, I'm just randomly clicking. Things with many legs drop down from above. You want to smell something like a musty, decaying odor? It's literally impossible that you smell anything. Our suits don't take in outside air. Without much conviction, that is probably the resource caused by wind pressure across the entrance to the tomb. Alright, I may just look this one up. I think I'm just gonna look this one up. Starcom Planet Survey. The Tomb of Juk. Procedurally generated. The star system with the anomaly can be placed in a freely level sector. After finding the scepter 3 times, the game said the planetary survey was complete. Quick guide how to complete the human tomb. Okay. So if I'm reading this right, go south. I'm going to leave this over here. South. Then east. South. South. East. Huh. North. West. North. West. Alright, I've already... Detailed walkthrough. Here we go. This is not what I'm looking for. Usually generate the star system with the anomaly can be placed. I need help getting through. Okay, so he found... Alright. Load. So south, east, south, east. Skeleton of a mirror in full battle vacuum suit, clutching in his hand something that resembles a battle axe. In a pouch pocket are some copper coins, and carefully tucked into a bracer is a scroll. Is a roll of animal skin with a crude drawing dyed into it, along with some glyphs. The green copper based pigment. No stress of travel, story, and rest. Team stops as a faint, deep moaning. So we want to go north. West. West. A stone statue of a four-armed creature stands against one wall. One arm is outstretched with its claws open as if it once held something. Another holds a dagger thrust forwards. Statue's limbs are jointed. Dagger arm may have been a trap that was triggered by removing whatever was in the open claw. Wait, so you want to go west? West. South. Going down the hallway, audible click. Team back away, distance between them, whatever might happen. There are many myths of trapped tombs in our culture's history, but few, if any, true examples. This place raises a lot of questions. Seconds guys orders everyone to move to their location. Moments later, the air around them is filled with flying projectiles. This explains that the trap had raised a temporary deflection field at its location, and they made a snap judgment that made no sense if the goal was to injure the person who triggered it. Like, why would anyone make a tomb that's just sort of deadly? Why not just drop a giant rock on us? So, we can go north, we can go south, we want to go west. West, west, south. Enormous beast fills the entire corridor and bares its teeth. 8 green eyes shroud its mouth, and long-armed tentacles wind along every surface. There we go. The team unleashes staggering volleys of plasma fire at the eyes and mouth. Biometric readings detect no signs of change in the overall health. Fire at will as the monstrous creature bears down on them. Clouds of smoke fill the corridor, illuminated by the fanatic blue strobe of plasma fire. In a moment, it is atop the team. As it passes amidst the team, levitating microsphere can change the direction and frequency of incoming radiation, allowing them to create very realistic illusions. This form dissolves like the smoke from their weapons. Scans that moments before detected an enormous life form now register trillions of microscopic levitating spheres. Then nothing. South. East. You can find them especially back at the ship? You must only have a certain number of turns before it assumes you're completely lost. South. East. West. West. South. South. West. South. Or eat. Sweet. We want to go west. 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 South. Terrible creature reappears. The illusion is just as convincing, but no more real. South. East. South. 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 Team walks through darkness, echoing corridors. South. Team emerges into a room flooded with natural light. In the center of the room is a raised altar of white marble, carved to roughly mimic the fallen empire style, but still clearly a latter edition. Resting atop is an ornate scepter, roughly 1 meter in length. As the team approaches, a floating translucent mirror emerges from one wall. The Academy's peculiar survival test is apparently not the worst student evaluation protocol anywhere. Created by the same illusion as the tentacle beast and speaks in what the translator identifies as fallen empire dialect. Well done, Initiate. You have bested my challenges. You are worthy of the Second Legion. Take my scepter to your instructor as proof of your strength, cunning, and bravery. Please reset any challenges triggered during your adventure for the next candidate. Still could be the worst evaluation protocol in our universe, though. Following the source of the light, they emerge in a concealed point not far from the lander. Yeah, I know, I cheated. Go away. Hey, Mousy Mouse and friends. Welcome everybody. How are you guys doing? That button. That button? That button. There we go. Oh, did we level up? We leveled up! Hot dang. Engineering. Biomed. Doing well, gotta sleep now, though. Fair enough, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the raid. Stay safe. Where are you guys coming from? Team Fortress? Yeah, Team Fortress 2, nice. Hopefully it was a good. 1, 2, 3. 4. Hey, Mouse. Thank you for gifting subs, buddy. 44 gifted already. Yeah, dang. Dang. Elgamada? Hopefully I'm saying your name right, buddy. Welcome, welcome. Oh, correct. Elgam Oda. Not Ada. Oda? Well, welcome, welcome. Hopefully I can get your name right eventually. Elga Moda. I suck at names. Observation. Confirm. Yes. Ah. I got it right. Woo! Tactics. Yeah, we got a lot of tactics. Enjoy Crack stream. He will probably stream. Will you go to sleep? Probably. I just got started, so I've got probably. I mean, it's at least 3 hours till 10. For 5 hours, 6 hours? Probably. Have a good night, Mouse. Maybe I'll see you in the morning. If not, get some good sleep, bud. Stay safe. You're gonna sleep out? Sounds good. Ornate Scepter. An adamantine scepter. Contains an unusual amount of data storage for a scepter. Seems to be several exabytes of biological and neural information. See you, Mouse. Have a good night, bud. Alright, so both of these can get taken off because we're working on them. Alright, so we're going to quick save because I don't want to have to do that again. Anything in the neighborhood? No. Time to take the teleporter home. That's actually a good question. Do we want to go home? We got 400 research points. We don't have any yttrium. Poor old Yit. Who uses yttrium as a currency? There's one of the factions. I forget. It might be the Steed. Yeah. The Steed uses yttrium. Oh, there's a thingy to do here, too. Small meteorite, so uranium. Not bad. Want to build more missiles, we can. Alright, so we haven't finished exploring this. Surprisingly, this actually doesn't have a webway attached to it. I think our best bet... Oh, yeah, that's right. Let's mark... Yeah, deep ocean... trade... SI8... Save. Actually... STATION. And actually, while I'm at it... Guild. Trade. STATION. Select another wormhole gate. Yeah, I think our best bet is this guy here. Yeah, maybe there'll even be more combat. Yay, aluminum. Couldn't tell I'm excited for aluminum. Not. I mean, I need it for some things, and I guess it's nice to have because I know where to sell it. But overall, I need titanium a lot more. Let's finish this exploration. Any combat? No. Pooh. This might actually be... Oh, yes, some combat. Woo! Flying Hive and a Coordinator. Ow, you actually hurt. That was actually a lot more face tank. You should not have used my face probably to tank it kind of a setting. Yeah, I'm fine. Oh, actually, I'm not fine. Battle station. Heal me faster, please. Heal me, hurt them, hurt them. Anything on... We do have something on deeper scans. No anomalies. No anomalies. Which pretty much guarantees you to have one. Yeah, I was right. This moist planet is early life, blah 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 blah. A more complex symbiotic organism with a metabolism has evolved alongside the more common life forms. This may prevent the oxygen catastrophe like the ones speculated in Earth's history. Cool. More research. Yay, research. Alright, to the Orange Star. Actually, for now, it's better to stay out here. Anything new on radar? No. There's a deployable here, though. An old freighter sits in a former lava plain. Technologically, the ship is unremarkable, using a slow reaction drive. The one distinctive and interesting feature is that it has been retrofitted with an unusual control system that Ensign Rhea speculates is an interface allowing a single pilot to control all systems via a contact-free neural link. The only way to verify the hypothesis, however, would be to actually enter the apparatus and power up the systems, which has obvious risks. I don't have the time stone. Oh great, 66! The interface felt quite peculiar, as if the ship systems had been augmented into that thing. I will share my insight into the technology with Ensign Gilius. Ensign Rhea straps in while Ensign Gilius connects the lander's external power connector to the alien ship's systems. There is an alarming crackling sound and smell of burning magnesium, but Ensign Rhea reports success. As an additional bonus, the ship was hauling some raw Chironite ore. Nice. It's never too much, but you can never have too much of that stuff. That's used for generators, reactors, whatever you want to call them. Might be time to go home and make some modifications to the ship and do some upgrades. I hit several buttons at once there. Single storage capsule impacted on this high ridge. Given the lack of damage both to the capsule and the surrounding vegetation, it must have deployed via gravitational arrestor. A cursory examination shows that it's a reinforced guild data storage device. The information contained is of a highly technical nature, detailing tactical telemetry events that occurred shortly before it was jettisoned. He's about to make some inferences. The original ship was hailed by unknown faction. After contact was broken, they raised shields and powered up weapons. Despite defenses, the ship took heavy damage to shields, one reactor, and propulsion. So it seems the guild ship survived the initial hive attack and retreated. Likely they would have tried to reach their gateway, but the flinger network was blocked. So we want to go this way. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. We're detecting an irregular signal nearby, hard to pinpoint it. Thomas Relay Station is sending out periodic type beam radio bursts. It is targeting a large number of directions, making it impossible to conclude where the true reception lies. Type beam allows it to much longer range than wide broadcast. Message is encrypted, but the original signal contains parts of a Semitic matrix. This allows for partial decipherment. The recoverable fragments of the message translate as triggered automatic defenses near the excavation. Identifier 228, investigate and observe. The relay is powered by a small amount of Charlite embedded in its core. We'll have to break it up to access. I bet this relay is how the pyramid observers delivered their messages to the evacuation group without revealing anything about the destination. Cancel. Pretty sure I saw a ship out here too. There we are. Gravitational distortion detected, possibly asteroid, possibly or large derelict. The enormous wreck is immediately recognizable as the missing guild ship. While the crew may have ejected some of its wares and equipment while attempting to flee, there is a great deal of valuable material to be had. Aboard the bridge, the team finds an interesting device tightly integrated with the ship's navigation, communications, and log systems. It's protected by physical lock that requires multiple phase authenticator. Have the ship return to the team. Return for now. Save. I want my time stone activated. There we go. We've set the baseline for the time stone. Now we try. Time stone is initiated. Now we try again. Time stone is initiated, and we try again. That negative 25 is a pain in the ass. That hurts. Fortunately, I can do this all day. There we go. Encryption system's multiple stage challenge system is too difficult to crack, but it devises a clever stratagem to redirect the antimatter's flow based on chiral differentiation. With the lock removed, interesting that the guild didn't warn us about the security device. I wonder if they hoped we'd set it off during our salvage. It was able to access the ship's logs. The data is partial and unordered, but there are a number of intact log entries, apparently between guild members of various ranks. Unauthorized freelance. It is not well kept secret that some of our traders are taking on freelance opportunities to acquire resources to provide for a future for themselves when the guild is no longer able to. Special clients have been paying higher and higher prices, both for access to Imperial tech and direct access to our markets. We've used these profits to acquire rare items and trade further into riskier regions. But even these ventures are becoming less productive. Our best source of revenue for the near future is sales to the fledgling races. This already has been profitable in light of the tensions, and the special client has given us an advance to purchase some of their new technologies and technical information. Both parties have had a ready appetite for previous offerings, and we expect even higher demand for those with appropriate negotiations. This entry has a notation, apparently from a risk analyst. Profit margins being projected have failed to account for certain risk scenarios. For example, the sale of fleet logistics information to client A and the sale of herbicide 9011 to client B should include a risk factor for the possible total loss of both client markets. A follow-up notation, presumably from a superior. Risk assessment should confine their domain analysis to well-defined risk matrices and leave changes to potential markets to strategic planning division. Wow. Remnant device. Client provided location of a remnant device and suggested that with reprogramming it might be of particular interest to Kairan. Delivered by a third party to minimize suspicion. Allow targeted warp-in as well as temporal disruption. You're not being used for anything now. It does not appear that I can blow you up. Yeah, it does not appear that I can blow you up. Guild derelict. I know that's not how you spell it. I don't care. So we gotta find the haulers now and the guild. They both owe us some money for completing these contracts. But I think we're gonna finish some of our exploration down here before we return to known space. We need more materials. I don't think I've picked up any yttrium. Wow, space is big. Thank you. Correction, I have picked up 2 yttrium. And I need like 22 yttrium. So, 11 times more than what I've got. I picked up a variety of other resources though, so we're doing pretty good. I mean, we could buy the yttrium. We've got some silver. And that's not used for anything, I don't think, production-wise. Did I pick up anything scannable? Does not appear so. Okay. I bought you 2 new beds, little one, and you're laying on the floor, staring at them. Because you moved them out of where I put them. Nutty dog. Surrounded by bones, I might add. Alright, we've got another direction we can explore. Yeah, I'm skilled. That's a dumb luck. Who am I kidding? Damn, we're going deep. There's the star. Contact? Seems to be a pretty quiet system. This class of planet has a very similar hydrogen atmosphere to many of the gas giants we've studied, but with a low-density solid core. This is where I find out this is the only thing here, and it was completely a worthless trip. Rocky Unscanned has a better chance of finding something than a gas giant does, so we're gonna check out the gas giant first. Told you. Time zone is recalibrated. The rough terrain is dotted with semi-permanent mining structures. Sensors reveal them to be the surface components of a deep ore mining complex. The miners, an insectoid species well suited to the subterranean environment, are neither actively hostile to the survey team nor especially curious. One scuttles over and chitters a query through their own translator. Are you bringing the new exchanger or new excuses? Without it, we can't harvest more than 100 kilograms of ore without half of us dying. What exchanger? The heat exchanger. As we've explained before, it's 173 degrees down there. I assumed you didn't care about the us dying part, but I thought the harvest more ore part would get your attention. There's some confusion. We're investigating a missing trade guild ship. Ship was here 2 cycles ago. I think they said they were with some kind of trade guild. At least they traded us some decent computer systems for old mining laser. Will you sell us the computer system the guild traded to you? If you bring us a decent exchanger, I may give you the system and 5 crystals of beryllium. Have the team return to the ship for now. So I want to mark that. Nope, this is what I want. Exchanger. Exchanger. Anything? Nope. Wow, thank you. So, we need to stop by the guild and talk to them about their missing ship. Tell me, what button do you think I was hitting? Come on, come on. Pooh, I missed it. What is this? Oh, that's a derelict. Shoot. There we go. Oh, there's more aluminum. Alright, we can get out of here now. Whoops, wrong button. That button. Greetings, non-affiliate grilled transcon, blah blah blah. We've located your missing ship. That is very good to hear. As I mentioned before, you may keep any resources under the right of salvage. We would be willing to purchase the ship's location for 10 iridium. It will be good to let the families of the deceased crew know their final location, even if it's not practical to visit. A transparent lie. They never even asked whether we found any crew. They want to verify that the logs are unrecoverable. I love it when you're hired for a job and they trust you to do it. I mean, that said, they are a guild, and they're a trading guild. So the fact that they don't trust jack squat about anything from anyone doesn't really surprise me that much. That is garbage. I can get off my desk. I drink my alcohol too fast. Mistakes were made. I know? We must not be. Yeah, we're too far off. I know that there are. Well, there's a guild ship. Hauler, yep. What have you got? Yeah, I need. Oh, 44 yttrium. Optic pistol. Kinetic joint. That's 19. Let's execute that trade. Guild representative has informed us that the guild has finally agreed to take this matter seriously. Thank you for the evidence you recovered. 20 gold. Booed? Yeah. Alright, what do we got? They want peace, but I want to blow more of their ships up. And the jettison flotsam seems to be coming from there. Or at least there's something to do with that. Docker Scout? Question mark? What have we got? Cargo. We have some aluminum. I don't know if it's really worth selling, though. What do we got for palladium? 81. That might be worth it, actually. Why is the 2nd Legion... Why are there enemy 2nd Legions? The Steed of Westmog! What have you got? Yeah, it's really not profitable to work with you. Ooh, I can pick up some yttrium though. Man, you like silver. That's a lot of yttrium. A little. I can't speak. 800. Yeah, you have an oh my gosh amount of markup, which kind of sucks all the fun out of it. Not gonna lie. I don't want to collide. I just want to sneak by. Yeah, thank you. We found a scepter in the Emir tomb. What can you tell us about it? Okjuk's scepter? This was once part of a tradition for leadership candidates in the 2nd Legion. It had been assumed to be lost when the last instructor with it disappeared. We are not sentimental compared to some civilizations, but I would pay 200 coppers for its return. Perhaps, tell us more about it. Since the early days of the Empire, each year an instructor from the barracks would create a challenge for the most promising new warriors. Being selected to participate was very prestigious. The challenges were designed to test strength, bravery, and wit. This was called Okjuk's Tomb, after the Legion's founder. The location and design changed every season. The survivors gained Okjuk's scepter with their genetic and neural data to be permanently stored within. At actual risk of death? It would be a poor test of bravery if it didn't. If an initiate did not return within 3 days, their instructor would investigate and reset the challenge for the next candidate. It seems the last instructor met with an unfortunate fate at the same time her first cadet failed the challenge. An unfortunate coincidence that cost us the scepter. Until now, I hope. Agreed. Excellent. Just between us, commanders, I have a journal full of ideas for Okjuk's tomb, but I never really expected to get a chance to implement them. Was there anything else? That is all. That's cool. I wasn't expecting that. That's a lot of copper. Let's see what the public markets have for us. Fine, I'll buy the Imperial canister. Oh, oh, no. You want aluminum? You want yttrium? I need 30 for the shield gen. Is for anything yet? Quantum crystals. Not yet. I need 30 for that shield and then some other stuff. Again, you want silver for a good price. Looking for combat, but I'm not getting much of anywhere. The dog's head is under the ottoman. So I have a headless dog. Kind of weird. Oh, it is combat time. Star Armor is a great help to the... We apologize for suspecting you of being Guild Chair Bird. While we are prohibited from engaging in trade outside sanctioned contracts, sometimes we end up with cargo whose documentation has been lost. Since the penalties for opening these containers is steep, they linger until the guild claims them, and sometimes they get misplaced before the guild claims them. If you would like to exchange in an off-the-scrolls gift exchange, we would be amendable. Sure, what have you got? You like gold. Random undeliverable containers. Is gold used for anything? Yes, engines. Lateral thrust in the fighter bay. What do you want? You want that stuff. You also want copper. I'm amenable to losing some copper. There's 51 gold. Well, these are actually the guys I want to visit. But first, the particles almost immediately coalescend into the nanite superfluid we've used for repairs. Observing this transition revealed some interesting properties about the nanites. 80 points. Cargo 2. Box contains an elaborate mechanical orrery, likely late Empire. It has a remarkable method for estimating orbits and unstable N-body systems. Box contains a garment from a bipedal creature with 4 arms. The quality and ornation suggests a ceremonial purpose. Box contains a number of fairly recent communication archives. Most are banal. However, one devout intercept discusses plans to prioritize conversion among races with strategic or technological priority. A bizarre collection of low-lethal weapons and traps. The document written in Ermir sheds little light on the purpose. Undeliverable cargo. But we got some research points out of that, so that's nice. And we can sell aluminum here. Yeah. 200. Pretty much all they want is aluminum. Silver is not used for anything right now. Let's live to regret this decision. Barks. Hello. Welcome to your demise. Remember when these guys could murder me? Good times. Okay. That doesn't make any sense, because if I picked up aluminum, I should not have an even number of aluminum. Because I sell to even numbers. Weird. You're ready for battle stations. Nice, nice. Alrighty. I think it's time we returned home, did some research and some other stuff. Plus, everyone on board could use some R&R, I would think. You're looking a little spiffier, Athena. Some resources from our pact to go to upgrade our combat capabilities. We also had the benefit of the tech upgrades you've researched. Well, won't want to mess with us again. Yeah. It's nice to know that all of my hard work is helping you. Yeah, Lieutenant Milton, you've got some more stuff for us. Love to see it. Alright. Advanced logistics is 200. What are we at? 79 of 90. Okay. Damage taken from collision. Increases repair rate by an additional 10%. And thrusters we're kind of stuck at until we unlock whatever that is. This damage per unit of energy for our plasma bolts by an additional 20%. Additional 10% boost to energy production. That might be a good idea. Super collectors. Cannon projectiles. Alternate fire mode. Fixed guns Mark II. For greater damage. Havoc, perimeter enhancement. Trial speed. That might be a good one, actually. Missiles. Carriers are pulling their. You reach their target faster and making them harder to hit. Fighters are pulling their weight. Max shield charge of a shield. Charge rate. Slow the amount in which the shield naturally discharges. I don't even have shields. But enhanced war additional 20% damage to missile yields. Additional 15% missile range. Further increases the accuracy of our plasma weapons. It finishes that tree out. Whether I need it or not is kind of a moot point. Additional fire accuracy assist. Might just save our points? Increases the duration of Havoc Valley by 2.5 seconds and reduces cooldown time by 10. Actually, I think I'm going to go with that. Load design. Load. Okay. So we got more aluminum. Let's see what we got here. These are heating up fast. Do we want to put another coolant system on it? Might not be a bad idea. I mean, it does provide 1 more HP. Or a few more HP too. So it's better than nothing. We should put another fighter bay on this sucker. Save. That's actually really kind of tempting. I really want to do that. How much? We got 90 titanium. Ooh, I kind of want to put large wings on, but I could put a large thruster down the middle of this sucker. Where are we at?
Hello there.
Hey, Jameson. Seek fluid intake. Man, you're running cold with that ship, by the way. Yeah, that's the idea. And it's got a shield generator and 2 Havoc systems. Along with 4 Plasma Mark II turrets, 4 missile launchers, and the fighter bay, and then 4 fixed gun emplacements. Cruiser bridges are nothing to scoff at. And I'm running 2 crew quarters. Also, I figured out basic connector. It's agile and this and that, yeah. Basic connector, does nearly equivalent to empty space for thermal dissipation purposes. So all the problems we were having on these large fixed guns, just put a basic connector behind them, and all of a sudden they don't heat up so bad. I kind of want to put another fighter bay on this sucker. Put another fighter bay on it. We're done. Moving on. No. Takes our max speed down, but that's our max speed of our explorer vessel, actually. That's what you get when you have a bunch of Mark II engines. Question is, do I want to do this? Because could do like... Alright, so we've saved this design. Test shield cruiser, save. Load design, so that's what we've got. Close. New ship, cruiser. New ship. So I'm thinking 2 fighter bays. So if we go... Pooh, I clicked the wrong thing. That's what I wanted to click. Like that. Shield Jenny back here. Crew quarters. Scanner module. Nope, I don't want the Havocs. I want the Plasmas. Hmm. What is this? 40 titanium. 55 titanium. Okay. What about something like this instead? What are we up to? We don't have any propulsion. We have slots available, but not necessary. You could go with micro reactors instead of full-sized ones. True. Because they take aluminum, not titanium. Good call. Same with batteries. I actually did that with the last one. Was I ran out of the share light, so I just put batteries everywhere. You have twice the share light efficiency. No, because yeah, 65, 53. So that's 12 energy production roughly. 12.8 energy production. Versus 0.2. 98765. 5. The MK2, if I recall correctly from the testing we did last time, is twice the efficient as the mini reactor, but costs 4 times the Charlotte. No, this produces 5. This produces 12, so it's a little over twice. Oh, fair. It's almost twice. Fair though. Close enough. Fair enough. Yeah, no. Once I said it, it was like, yeah, you're basically right. Alright, so we get rid of those. We put a couple of connectors down. And then we put these back on. And it runs a lot cooler. I would love to have the iridium for 2 more of these, because these can actually go over the top of the fighter bays. This is titanium too, as well. Max speed is less, but that makes sense considering what we've put on this sucker. Actually... Oh, I need more titanium for that. Hmm. Well, poo. I have no void surfaces. Planning mode. Got plenty of slots, don't have plenty of titanium. You know what to do. Yep, go kill some things. Switch to planning mode. Design it. Swap back to the other ship. And then go do more. Out and abouting. Oh, wow. That cranks the heat. What does that do? We seem to be okay. We seem to be okay. Oh, revelation! Okay. Deep breath now. We gotta deal with this max speed issue. Hello. I mean, we can always deal with it this way. That right there brings me up to 18. Which is doable. Damn titanium. What do we got power-wise? 78 of 55 peak draw. We're good there, okay. Aw, fudge. Although I suppose we could just do something like this. There's almost 19 there now. What do these things look like? I've never actually put them on. Oh. In order to plan this out for later construction, you can merge the microreactors into Mark IIs. That's true. Go away! Actually, if I'm being honest, 18.1. $426 titanium. Save design. Cruiser carrier. Save. I don't know if we're ever going to get here, but, you know, who knows? 48 iridium is not that hard to sell. 429 titanium is a bit of a hard sell. So here's a question. Revert. This is what we're running right now. Or, yeah, this is what we're running right now. Load test shield cruiser. That's what we're running, going to start running. Nice. Oh, wow. Okay, when they say edit color schema, they mean it. Damn. Shields! I feel safer already. Shields create a protective field around our ship, absorbing most damage until they collapse. Shield charge replenishes over time, but only when deactivated. They can only be activated when at least 20% charged. Greetings, Commander. How may we assist you? What have you got to trade? You want silver! Do you want aluminum? No, you'll sell me aluminum, though, for a pretty good price, roughly speaking. You want whatever this stuff is, and I've got 5 of it, but I'm not sure I want to sell it to you. Could sell some palladium. It is used as a currency elsewhere, though. I guess buying your silver doesn't, or your aluminum doesn't hurt me, because if it's 1% markup, I can sell it for a 15% markup. Which will earn me more money. So, shield up, shield down. Okay. Oh, also, Jameson, you know how this says alpha? What they mean is number key. So this is number key 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, I watched the VOD, okay. I got a little frustrated and felt kind of dumb when I saw that. Alright, we want to go here. Because I want to sell some aluminum. And then at deep spacing we will go. Damn, this thing's nimble. Maybe we don't want to go with the carrier variant. Combat? Please, combat? Yes, combat. We like combat. Okay, you cruise, little one. Actually, you're kind of a big one. You're a chunky boy. So I upgraded the missiles and I upgraded our fighters, so... Some titanium. Continue, trade. I want to keep 200. Yeah, that's 188 silver. Kind of hard to beat. Like, is there anything worth buying here? Not really, other than uranium. And I don't need more uranium. Okay, so I think this is where we're headed next. I haven't been over here in a while, actually. Kind of refreshing. I think... Nope, I was wrong. I thought that this was, and it very well could be Devout Space, but I thought this was a station wielding? A Devout Space with a station at it. Apparently I was wrong. This one seems a bit more exciting. I feel like a bully. These space station these space battles just I feel like a bully. Oh, you want to talk? Well, here's my laser gun. Better you bullying them than them bullying you, fair. I mean, like that. He didn't stand a chance. I want to talk to you, trader. Oh, you're a tanker. Huh. Investigation complete. Okay. Based on our observation of the nanite transition that occurred when analyzing the Imperial container, we can now research nanite efficiency. Great. Because, you know, I'm near the lab now, and I can study that stuff. Purdue. Anything? Nope. Got a couple of star systems in the Flotsam area. And another one on radar. I'll check out eventually. Red Nebula is not the normal production of gas dust from a star formation. The radiation is a result of isotopes that cannot be explained by the normal stellar fusion process. That's reassuring. I forget that there's this setting where I don't actually use oh my god engines. Because technically I'm boosting all the time. It's like, why wouldn't I go my fastest if my fastest doesn't cause any damage? The blue crystals have complex semiconductor patterns in their matrices. I think they may be an early form of silicon life. Or at least were. Something has consumed the substance they relied on. Several craters on this airless planetoid are ringed with clusters of unusual silicon crystals. The regolith dust shows signs of recent activity around a piece of monitoring equipment labeled Station 9778. Its core components have been removed, leaving the titanium broadcasting dish. Well, at least they left me a present. What do you have to say? Oh yeah, we're good. Shield is certainly tanky, yes. Shield is certainly tanky. Ugh. Surprisingly so, actually, if I'm being honest. I was kind of expecting it to be less tanky. Focusing lens. Glass-like material can alter its shape and transmissions index to respond to input signals. When a certain current passes through, the mirror reaches nearly perfect efficient reflectivity. Beam targeting system. That should do it. We now have analyzed enough laser components to research the laser modules ourselves. Havoc is certainly underwhelming. Yeah, although, if I am being completely honest, I believe my extent of research on the Havoc system is I have the Havoc system. I haven't run any upgrades to it. While I've upgraded the shield system a fair bit, some at least, and I've upgraded the other components a bit, it might be more whelming when it is upgraded more. The anomaly reading is centered in the control tower of a small spaceport that has seen better days. It looks like the inhabitants have mostly abandoned space commerce and rely on old-fashioned agriculture. After the team makes contact, Ensign Trenton inquires about the tower. A local magistrate explains that it is the finishing point for a challenge that members of the governing council must complete in order to prove their dedication. After some back and forth, the magistrate promises that if any member of the survey team can complete the ordeal, they would be allowed to examine the tower's contents. The magistrate seems entertained by the idea of the team trying, and if serious, they can present themselves to the current council at sundown. In the council chambers, Rhea observes that the members have a distinctly different phenotype than most other inhabitants. They are all at least 3 meters tall, approximately 250 kilos, covered in natural armor and eyes all around their head. The council agrees that a team member legally may try to complete the ordeal, but that it would certainly be a futile attempt. The trial requires navigating the nearby forest, which is infested with dangerous flora and fauna. It demands martial prowess, keen observation, and expert knowledge of life-saving skills. Furthermore, it must be done naked and without any assistance. Council is willing to relax the last provision to allow a life monitor to permit evacuation. So, observation, medical, technical, and whatever observation. I think observation is observation. Xenoculture. So we need tactics, observation, biomed. Yeah, this is a problem with the way I've been running my crew. So you got 2 in tactics, 8 in biomed, and 1 in observation. You might be the best, Ensign Rhea. Ensign Rhea is probably my best bet. He's got more than only 2 points in separate stats, yeah. Well, I was filling out all of the stats so everyone had a point in everything. Because I wasn't expecting to run across something like this. Though, even if I knew I was going to run across something like this, I don't know how I would have changed what I did without knowing that I was what specific. I mean, like if I knew what specific things that I was going to run across, I would have changed. But it's such a crapshoot as far as like what 3 or 4 or 2 skills the person needs. There's no way, unless you're awfully damn lucky or looking ahead, some cheat, that you'd find it. So, meh. Rhea it is. And this is why we have the Time Stone. Hello, Time Stone. Yes, I'm not afraid to use the Time Stone. Rhea. Yeah. Rhea is destined to win that test. Team awaits expectantly from the Vitals distress beacon. Ensign Prix sits at the lander's controls, ready to launch a rescue, but the signal never comes. At dawn, Ensign Rhea spirits out of the trees, chased by angry balls of fur and teeth. Soon they are over the wall and making the victory sprint to the tower. The team cheers them on while politely averting their gaze. Go Rhea! He didn't even have bonuses in that one. Oh god. Minus 45%, he hit 50 dead on. Damn, you can't predict that shit. There's some delay in Ensign Rhea's return. Apparently, the Council did not actually have a contingency for this scenario. Eventually, it is agreed Ensign Rhea will be allowed to examine the tower to their heart's content, and in lieu of a Council seat, a neutronium plaque. The colored light encodes a complex field equation that opens up a deeper understanding of the physics of the gateways. What it is doing in this backwater control tower is unknown. I guess Rhea's Nat 20 moment. Yeah, pretty much. 100 research points. Nice. Fortunately, Ensign Rhea was allowed to redress and retrieve their effects before entering the tower, allowing them to make detailed scans of the original source of the anomaly signal. Strange blue-gold object that radiates beautiful colored light. I'm gonna save before I do something I regret dearly, and we have to sit for 4 hours trying that over and over and over again. Hey, Papito. Yeah, I'm trying not to run you over. Well, I think I know where we're going. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, wow. We're actually dead on line for this terrestrial. And there's the gateway. Yeah, I was right. Team lands in a small clearing on the edge of a vast forest that spans much of the planet's temperate region. Starcom has documented other xenoflora that use metals to enhance their structure, but these have developed a remarkable ability to transport minerals from deep below the surface in an acidic solution. After a long and sweaty trek through the thick forest, the team reaches a nearly impenetrable patch of trees. Analysis of their chemistry reveals they extract titanium from deep mineral deposits to reinforce their branches. Can you imagine a tree reinforced with titanium? I hate woodwork, I hate logging already. Cutting down a titanium tree? Gosh darn, that would suck. Got a couple of stars. More things to explore. Time stone has been recalibrated. I'm just going to start referring to quick save as a time stone. Ooh. An isolated cluster of structures on this otherwise desolate planet are giving off zero energy emissions. Inside, the team finds a few dozen deceased devout wearing environmental suits. While temperatures have arrested decay, the cause of death is unclear. Further investigation reveals this to be the top level of an underground research facility, but a structural collapse has sealed off the lower level. Ensign Glias reports that a hard line to the facility's computer system is still operational. The computers are... We had examples of some of their experiments. We might be able to reconstruct the identices. Unfortunately, their research is only identified by numeric codes. Could be a coincidence, but some of the numbers correspond to the jetsam we found. Ah, yeah, coincidence. Computers are secured with devout encryption, which the team has had some particular partial success analyzing in the past. Problem is sheer volume. There are exabytes of data, and the indices have been erased, and the hardline's bandwidth is narrow. Random sampling shows that whatever was being researched covered extremely wide areas of chemistry, xenobiology, nuclear physics, and more. Okay, so this is... devote research, STATION. Although, what I really could do is just go here, go to the crew logs, and then just go that. That works. Column A and B. Where are we at cargo-wise? Oh, we're starting to get the titanium. We only need another 300 more, I think. I don't think anyone was supposed to find this station, so I don't think they left any, like, defenses out here. It's kind of a horse apiece. They both suck. Oh! Ah, fudge. Dispatch. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Another ominous dispatch device. Now, the dispatch contains several papers referencing an ancient structure that Imperial archaeologists had discovered and believed to have contained an AI of unknown origin. Great. Skynet is alive and well. Analogy, I question the produce of deliberately seeking out a plasma torch with the safeguard removed, particularly when we do not know what other safety unaware. Despite pressure to make progress, our advice is against vault access. Anything? Nope. Oh, we're already up 450 research points. Damn, that was quick. What are you doing? Oh. Hey, little one. Yeah? What do you see? What do you dog eyes see? I've done a full analysis of the parasitic plague that the CXTA asked us to deliver medical supplies for. Parasites were almost certainly bred or engineered within the blue crystals we found on the planet in the Crimson Nebula. Great. We've now found several connections between devout experiments and large-scale catastrophes. Besides being suggestive of sinister intent, they may give us a clear enough picture of the research to reconstruct the data indicates in their lab. You telling me to go back there now? Oh, we got incoming. Ancient. Oh, You know, you said it was a little underwhelming, but I would call that helpful. It's just not that helpful when it comes to... It's a very old automated orbital defense station. In surprisingly good condition and still very dangerous. Oh, I want to talk. Potential threat in range. Okay, so I can't talk. Got it. We're having energy issues. I guess Havoc is more anti-fire than anti-missile. I think the other issue, if I'm being honest, is we just picked the wrong fighters to go, or the wrong missiles to go after last time. Well, it's not in very good shape anymore. Fortified tunnel at the base of a large mesa was buried centuries ago by a rock slide. In the past few decades, erosion effects have re-exposed it. The same effects have weathered away the shield plating to the point the team is able to enter without difficulty. Deep within, the team finds an old research facility, probably from mid-Empire, according to Ensign Trenton. After an investigation of the surveying equipment, it seems likely this facility worked in genetic modifications. Unfortunately, genetic materials transcriber could take patterns in DNA and species equivalents and record them in an optical substrate and vice versa. The data is annotated, but there's not enough context for the universal translator. Materials have degraded to the point that there is no hope of determining the nature of the modifications or even the species, but a large device connected to the storage units attracts Ensign's attention. Legacy facility. Small meteorite. High uranium. And no anomalies. Mac, why are you trying to eat that? You're supposed to sleep in it, not eat it. It's a bed, not a chew toy. Nutter dog. So did we pick up anything? Question mark? Nope. We might have just unlocked the last weapon system, lasers. Well, yeah. Unlock the research for the last weapon system. Hi, puppy. What can I do for you, little one? Yes, Papito. Is that so? Squeaky, squeak, squeakum, squeak, squeaker. Whenever I do that, I feel like, what's his name from Emperor's New Groove? Save. Starhammer, more than meets the eye. Actually, if I'm being honest with you, it pretty much fits what meets the eye. It's a big brick with a lot of guns. I like firepower. I like firepower. Well, shoot. Another empty pyramid! Apparently evacuated in an orderly manner. Lee suggestion, the team conducts a low-altitude fly over the surrounding area with sensors calibrated for low-level shear light radiation. Sure enough, several kilometers away, they find another concealed encampment, also with an alien corpse. If this observer took any notes, they did not preserve them, but Ensign Kepler observes that the last message was not completely erased from the transmitter. I've been thinking often about that group of academics who split off to live in the jungle caves years ago on Qualdra 2. When we first saw the cracks in the edifice, the sand brains, we call them, I thought they were cowards, but now I consider them fondly. I hope they stay hidden when the fanatics come. Sandbrains is the translator's attempt to generate a prejudicative. The original symbol combines stupidity with something akin to head in the sand. We might have. Well, that's right. What did you guys want? Oh yeah, the thing to cool down the system. Mac, I don't know what to do with you. Incredible, the tree forms its own complete ecosystem. It has continuously evolved as a single complex life form over millennia. It is the only one of its kind that will ever be. The sea's oxygen levels are too unstable to have allowed anything beyond single-cell organisms to rise, yet a lonely tree and its crawlers cling to the only geological formation capable of supporting terrestrial life. That's kind of cool. Alright, before we go through that worm, whoops, hole. I saw a red blip over here. I'm pretty damn certain of it. Yep, there it is. Yep, martyrs. Great. And another one. Okay, well that was not part of. Whoops. One of these buttons will be my defensive measures. I think the Havoc system does damage to ships as well. There's just not a lot. Buddy, are you okay? You're coughing up a lung there, little one. Where are you going with that? Huh? Why are you migrating across the house? Huh? You nut. I took a nap today and I had two of those exact same beds. One was under my desk and the other was next to my chair behind me. And both of them ended up on the other side of the chair next to each other. And I have no idea how he did it, but he did it while I was asleep. At least I hope he did it. After extensive search, nothing is found. Due to a failure to calibrate our memory crystals for the physical constant difference in this universe, our scanners failed to completely clear previous anomaly detection. Oh. At least we got... Discovers the anomaly is not the planet's surface, but in the way the ship's scanner stores data. At least we got a little bit of research for it. And an experience. I mean, I can't complain too much with that. Only another 26 landings to go. Team finds concealed compartment. But it's... encampment, okay. But its observer or their remains are nowhere to be found. They were considerate enough to leave behind a power supply and some disassembled components. Alright, so... activate it. One for the money, two for the show, three to get ready, and four to go. Oh, where are we? Oh, we're right here. Got it. Starhammer. 3. It's another automated factory, very similar to the one that was producing the Red Raiders that we shut down. It was producing something until it was deactivated not long ago. There's still some refined titanium and yttrium in the hoppers. Thinks that if they could reactivate the production controller, it would confirm whether this factory was also built the same kinds of ships. Less enthusiastic. Try to reactivate the systems. I am happy you reactivated the systems. Aluminum, titanium, and yttrium, yeah, fair enough. Oh, has little difficulty getting the control systems back up. The machines work quickly, but before the fully formed attack ship takes shape, Ensignos executes the factory's equivalent of reclamation function, giving the team both a good look at the drone and allowing them to recover its resources. Another pyramid. Nowhere to be found, but some titanium and some Charlotte. And another teleporter. And a red drone. Oh, we got another chariot. Or at least another part of a chariot. Iridium. Remnant Patrol. There has to be something to shoot. There it is. Remnant partial. What do you need, little one? This portal has an encrypted lock. Activate it. Now where are we? Oh, hot damn. We have been ping-ponged all over the system by that little setup. Hi, dog. Yes, 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 yes. You don't say. You got some yttrium out of the deal. What the hell? Once it's finished extracting, it launches resources and okay, so we've already encountered one of these guys. but he leaves behind his titanium drill head, which is nice. The atmospheric intake ducts are glassified. My guess is the superheated gas, like from a spaceship's exhaust, was directed into them. Ugh. Inside the pyramid, the team finds the floors and walls caked with a thick layer of dark carbon, deposited so long ago that it's solidified into a charcoal-like bark. A thorough search finds the same material over all interior surfaces. Most of the equipment shows severe heat damage, although an antenna array embedded in the exterior ornamentation survived. The heat must have been less intense in the lower levels. Some partially dismantled equipment in a sub-basement survived. There are signs that a large device had been removed shortly before the heat event. One blackened case was left behind. Ironically, the team also failed to notice it until they returned to the lander and reviewed their survey footage. Hey, Mac, yeah, Mac. Hey, Fuzzy Buddy. What are we doing now? You has trespassed upon my desk. No, you really don't trespass. You just kind of maraud, adventure forth, experience, invade. I would agree with invasion. Yes, you seem like an invasion protocol kind of dude. Ouch. Yes. Yes. Invasion. Fuzzy Buddy. Invasion of the Fuzzy Buddy. Yes, now they get a clear shot of your butt. How does that make you feel? Is that your photogenic side? I hope it's not. Although it wouldn't surprise me. Good boy. Westmog is in the system. Okay, everybody. I think Fuzzy Buddy here wants to go out. I need some coffee and to go to the bathroom. So, I think it's time that I took a break. It has been, what, 4 hours? Almost 4 hours, so we are going to take a quick little break. I'm going to get more coffee, use the restroom, take him outside, have him peed, maybe pooed, and then we'll be back. Thank you guys for joining us. I really do appreciate it. Hopefully you're having fun with this. I'm enjoying it. And yeah, hopefully I see you all on the other side. Mac goes there. I run some ads. And the rest of you put back on this screen. Alright, Eyes is back. Thank you guys for putting up with that. I has. El Sharquito. For the McMacish. Let's see if we can... If I can be a filmographer. See, this is what he does. Mac, you bring him back? Huh? No? That's what I thought. Oops, almost dropped it. And the camera. Puppy has lots of energy. Lots more energy than adult. That is adorable. Yeah, he's cute. Good boy. You're being really good about giving it up. Anyway, you get the gist. Not my best camera work. Not my... Ah, that's my finger. I like how Puppy gets more views than I do. Oh well. Fair enough. He's cuter than me by a long shot. Westmog, I want to talk to you! You have no artifacts for sale because we've unlocked everything. I need a lot of titanium. I need a lot of iridium. And charlite. Iridium, not uridium. I need a lot of uridium too, though. Is there anything here we could get rid of? Some. That would allow us to pick up roughly 10 pieces. No, actually like 5 pieces of titanium. Gold is cheaper. Here. Let's just take his gold and go. Excuse me. Alright, before we go any further, so we do still have to take on that one. That leads me to believe we still haven't gone through this wormhole gateway properly yet. Which begs a question. Oh, anomaly. Oh, select destination gateway. Any new amenities? Yes, new amenities. Must be really far out there for them to blip out of existence like that. There they are. Nothing's obviously changed. Search the lab's database. Well, there's too much data. The facility was responsible for turning that research into practical applications. Ominously, it looks like the most recent focus was a radiation attack that passed through dense matter, but still damaged DNA-like molecules. That's the new missile. That's that new purple missile that targets our people. Apparently recently gained access to some powerful computing or AI resource. They've been using it to research numerous large-scale weapon programs for disparate biology, silicon-based, plant-based, gaseous, organic, etc. Recently they have begun narrowing their research to focus on certain organic life processes. Great. Obviously, these new radioactive cloud missiles are the result of the research, yep. I think we're done here. Yep. So, log. That can go. Delete. Ugh. That's right, we picked up something. Yeah, the black sphere. Wow. This strange cannonball-sized object has the ability case any sentient entity to forget about the object's existence. To cause any sentient entity to forget about the object's existence when nearby. We're not entirely sure how it was made or why. Huh. So that's how it got left behind. It got forgotten because it's designed to be forgotten. I've taken more time to examine the data from the Devout Lab. The bad news is that the radiation weapons they've been researching are broadly effective against most organic life, but specifically and suspiciously focused on DNA like ours. Yeah, I'm not surprised. The good news is that there's research we could do to reduce the danger posed by it. Not eliminate it completely, but a significant mitigation. I'll add it to the lab when we next dock. Nice. What I want to do is get a camera that looks over my entire room here naturally, so that I don't have to hold it in the background and throw stuff. You guys can I can just swap it on, or I can have it up in a different corner, and you guys can watch Mac roam and sleep and do all the weird things that he does, and let me know when he's eating something he shouldn't be. Or I can just review mirror it and look over myself. I activate. Where am I now? We're just ping-ponging our way across the galaxy. Damn. Trade worlds, okay. Oh, we were getting cooked by a star. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, a meteorite broke up in this planet's atmosphere. A tiny fraction of the meteorite contained rare crystals. Sweet. Crystals. A pyramid enclosed in a steep circuire? I don't know. Can only be accessible via a difficult ice climb. Some alarming bipedal bones poke through the ice at the base. It's a tricky ascent, but teamwork and Prix's careful scouting of the stable route gets everyone to the valley opening safely. Pyramid houses a large laboratory which shows evidence of a hasty evacuation on foot. It's unclear what the focus of the research was, since most of the system's data is badly corrupted. Looks like the pyramid's life support system failed unexpectedly, hence the evacuation. The main work, I'm guessing this means studying ways of preventing knowledge loss in a catastrophe, like the one that befell the Empire? Area is a sealed crucible-like model. Symbols on its surface translate roughly to catastrophic knowledge anti-pattern analysis. Inside a cube of shimmering crystal, fractal ice. Suppose I should research it before it melts. Fractal structure is the complexity of the crystalline structure is giving the computer a bit of a challenge. I'm going to give it some more resources. It may give up some more discoveries yet. There is a parabolic and definitely not natural. The ice itself is stable at 18 centigrade, at which point it sublimates. Up to 18. I'm gonna have to trek home. Although that's not so bad, it's not great either. Small meteor. There's my uranium for the day. Got it. Alright, I'm gonna make a quick check and just make sure there is no gate or anything on the other side. We've already lost 3 support crew. So I guess actually this might be the best bet we've got. Bit of a hike, unfortunately, but oh well. Previous unknown object closing. Well, not literally luminescent either, but a large number of highly energy photons appears at a nearby dimensionless point. Why they lose energy so quickly? Incredible, the high energy particles are coming from another Planck space wormhole. appears to be the product of a stable warp field that collapsed in on itself. Ow, ow. Bit toasty there? Yeah. And I just kind of sat there and took it. Small worm. HOLE. Save and close. Max drones 21, drone health 7 HP. Oh. I'd like to get the Mark IIs researched. Okay, that poor dude. What do we got here? Oops, that's not what I want. Trade. Imperial container. Undelivered cargo. Focusing lens. Coolant and reflector. It actually behooves us to give him. Not much, though. That is a good deal. That'll get us a bunch of silver. It's also not a bad deal. Cargo. Possibly not actually a toy, the pattern extends well beyond our visible spectrum and likely contains detailed information, perhaps instructions on a device's use. Whatever it is, its purpose baffles the universal translator. Not a bad purchase. I'm glad I don't have to worry about cargo space. I need 75 iridium. Pooh. I'll get 16% to sell it. Well, there's some iridium. Okay, another fight is brewing. The amount of withering firepower is a little ridiculous. Second Legion. Oh! Did we just hit something? Register heavy damage across multiple systems. Dispatch damage control teams. I'm not so sure I should go with the lasers. Kind of inclined just to put a lot more missiles on this thing. No, I was gonna say, I think I rammed it to death, but no, it's still alive. Poor guy. Oh, large scale artifact. Shift antenna. Okay, was that it? Yeah, I guess that was it. So we just never properly explored it. 'Cause, 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 'c Let's see if there's anything we can figure out over here by visiting this place again. Lander glides the region marked on the map Commander Dolson gave you. The waters of a shallow sea lap against a large brass-colored object. It looks as if it were just set down there. It's hard to tell how long it's been here since it's impenetrable to weathering, but the sediment beneath it shows zero solar radiation effects. It's been there many, many years. Ah. So there's that. Real quick, I do want to check something. And that is, we got turned into a torch up here because it felt like we rammed into something. Okay, sheer rammed into thingy. That's articulate enough, right? You'll understand, right? If you can read my handwriting. You got anything we want to trade? You have yttrium. We could buy aluminum with yttrium. Do you want silver? You do want silver for 11. I don't have any more, but you do. Okay. I'm actually on my way to go get silver right now, so I think we'll go pick up some silver and then we'll return back to home base because we got a bunch of research points. And there are some researches like radiation shielding stuff that would be very helpful. Remember when these guys could hurt me? Yeah. I do. It's always been expensive. You know, I'm not so sure that the redesign we were planning for the vessel is the right one to make. Because fighters are fun and all, but I don't know if they are really that much effective that having a whole nother. I don't know. Fighter bay is worth it. Oh. Again, it's difficult to learn much about the component given the immeasurably impossibility of accessing the interior. It does seem like this part has a way of receiving auditory input. You have 1,000 points. And there's some more silver, titanium, and palladium. I guess first things first, let's do some research. More missile damage. Fighter production rate. Increases fighters' attack and armor. The cost of lower top speeds. Shields. Recharge rate. Charge of our shields. Here's the amount of repair from nanite surfaces. Radiation resistance. Yes. We're down to 300 points. Here's the Havoc. Okay, so I do have duration of Havoc. Increases the damage of the Havoc burst. Accelerates the fire rate and projectile speed of our Havoc module. Increases damage of laser delivery per energy unit. Increases maximum range and target acquisition speed of our lasers. Just need to acquire and begin firing on a target. Increases the maximum effective range of our lasers. Allows construction of more powerful fixed guns that are able to draw more energy per shot. That concerns me though, because that means more energy is needed. Additional 10% boost to energy production. We're gonna need the energy first, I guess. Shipyard. So then, shield cruiser, nope, cancel. So we are running the test shielded cruiser. Plan mode, load. It won't actually let me load the design because I can't actually build it. I need 89 more titanium. Fudge! Legionnaire Mark 1. After warming up, fires an intense beam of concentrated energy at its target. Well, I guess I need to find more titanium. Ah, poo. Poodoo, poodoo, poodoo. Alright, what have we got that's still like... Okay, so that's a trade location. They want peace. I guess what we've got is this up here that's unexplored right now. Okay. Yeah, I was a little concerned about playing with these guys. They look kind of cool. Look kind of scary. Okay, our sensors reach out and touch things like crazy. Yeah, I was right about that. This oceanic world has higher than average concentrations of gold, but distributed so evenly that harvesting any amount would be impractical. One small atoll, however, is naturally placed so its lagoon acts as a natural gold panner in the ocean's currents. Cool. Huh, your species and ship markings are unfamiliar to us. You are in Unknown Space. Explain your intentions. We're on a peaceful exploration mission from a distant region. Peaceful words may belie sinister intent. What is your disposition toward the herd? It's clear from the transformation matrix that the Nemean are not positively disposed towards them. We met but remain neutral in your conflict. An understandable position, if true, but the Kainan have used neutral agents before with nefarious intents. You wish to demonstrate friendship, perhaps you could do us a favor. We have lost contact with one of our diplomatic vessels and its escort. We are reluctant to mobilize the full fleet to search, as we suspect the Kairin are looking for a pretext to attack. We'll make every effort to find your lost vessel. We would be grateful for your assistance. The last log update we received from them was purchasing supplies from a guild trader. Why do you hate them so much? It is not our nature to hate, but since the Empire fell, the Kairnan have sought to exploit the power vacuum. First they claim to protect weak territories, then those protected territories become their own, and so they expand, pushing against our borders unless they are well defended. Now accidents become their causes to make threats, and soon those threats will become actions. Tell us about the fallen empire. It was the great power of this galaxy for 1,000 years, and kept the peace with a fair hand. The gateways and flingers made travel and trade possible. Their Talonian chariots kept aggression in check, but sadly it is no more, and less benign forces seek to fill the void. Presumably the guild ship can't be too hard to find if trade is their business. If you search the ship log for Guildmaster, you'll be able to set a marker where we talked to them. Log, I think. Comms log Guildmaster, yeah. Yeah. Reason to believe the vote is investigating the conflict between you and the Korean. Instigating. It is true we have frustrated the devout's attempts to convert us. But I'll need proof. Fair enough. Ooh, let's not crash. The entire planet is nearly homogeneous biome of grasslands and sparse glades. The only large flora are large herds of roving horned ungulates. There are a number of automated monitoring stations that appear to be studying these creatures. The team is able to. The antenna seems to form as part of this creature's natural growth. This is an unusual example of an evolutionary radio network. The team is able to capture several of these creatures for study with some difficulty. Their physiology is unusual for a number of reasons. Perhaps the most striking is that they all have a complex network of metallic fibers interwoven with their central nervous system and horns. They have been implanted with transmitters, presumably to aid in their monitoring. I suspect that besides simple herd behavior, this network may allow a hybrid of individual and hive sentience. Alright. No, that's not the button. Frigate. I was gonna say, there's gotta be something in this system. We can definitely get some salvage, but the more we take, the harder it will get. Logs, this hydrogen harvester was abandoned when its anti-grav started to fail. The last few modules have yet to give up the ghost, leaving it floating delicately on a density transition layer. Ethane, gold, yttrium. Therian. We got an Etherian. We got the gold. And we got yttrium. Derelict is still floating, but just barely. There's nothing left for the team to collect. Pull bulkheads and add more missiles. That sounds like fun, doesn't it? Oh, yeah, I got some work I gotta do this weekend, too. Okay, so when you are on cruise, you don't actually activate the gates. Good to know, wasn't expecting. Let's go and pick up those coordinates from the guild real quick. The Nimians have asked us to investigate missing vessels. Do you have anything? Do you know anything about it? Our business dealings are done with the scariest, secretest confidentiality. We can disclose that one of our vessels detected a brief Nemirian distress beacon recently, where near a remnant gateway. It's not near any trade routes or colonies, so we offer its equation for almost nothing. Just 2 iridium. Gateway coordinate equation now. Was there anything else? Let's see what you got to trade. Doesn't look like we sold them anything that would count. Okay. I'm gonna bet I need that iridium. Excuse me. You actually want gold. Where is... Yeah, titanium's now like, oh my gosh, too. Exit. The guild will transmit a set of gateway coordinates which I have already added to the nav computer. Ah. Well, good to know. I want to go back up here. What are you working on, little one? Most cultures either flourish or collapse quickly after alien contact. The fact that this one did not gives a unique insight into xenocultural permanence. Planet is pockmarked with the ruins of pre-industrial civilization that appears to have died out due to natural changes in their sun's energy output. What is interesting is that the culture shows signs of regular alien contact and even trade, but did not progress beyond a late Bronze Age equivalent. Most surviving textual fragments tell a typical history mixed with folk tales. It's one interesting example. The gods dropped their swords and left their chariots and headed at once for the sunken islands. When a caravan of merchants came upon these, They were astounded by what they found. To the tribes they went upon the chariots and told them, "Look, we are gods. Fear and worship us." The tribes knew only gods could wield these weapons. They knew gods spoiled their worshippers and rained fire on their doubters. The god emperors ruled for an eon until they had forgotten they were not gods. The language uses markers reserved for existential actors. This may be their interpretation of the events relayed to them by an alien race. Another disappointing small chunk of aluminum. Whether it might be worth raising the anomaly trigger threshold before dismissing the idea. Ouch. Reason to believe the devout are instigating. We are suspicious of all outsiders that devout more than most. That has protected us from their attempts of conversion. Your theory is plausible. More trust many. Take no action without proof. Fair enough. Dude, you just ran into me. El Dogito, you stink, buddy. You were farting. Dude, go away. Go away. Really? Just thank you. You ran into me. Now you're a potential threat. Just go away. Okay. Scanner detects multiple anomalies scattered widely over the planet's surface. The team picks one and lands in a nearby open field. The reading is indistinct, and there's nothing obviously unusual. Several team members report a vague sense of unease and anxiety. Return to the ship for now. Save, because I forgot to reset the time stone, and now we launch. Wasn't a bad roll. Wasn't good enough, though. There we go. Analysis of the ley lines shows that they are the result of a low-frequency EM field that produces a sympathetic resonance in a wide range of nervous systems. Why remains a mystery. As the team searches, their complaints of unease and disorientation increase. Just as they're about to abort, Kepler makes an interesting comment. There are slight variations in background EM radiation. These variations would be dismissed as static noise, except they seem to correspond to invisible lines on the planet's surface, which they jokingly call ley lines. Cool. Oh, we're getting cooked. Outpost. A wormhole gate. Another series of dry canyons. Thinks there may be some mineral deposits here as well. No. No, 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 no. You roll a nat 1. Oh, that's better. Trace amounts of gold. Alright, well. Into the unknown. That it? That's it. Ooh. Elites. Well, I think we can safely guess what caused the issue. Nemean diplomat. No energy readings from this vessel. Its reactor must be offline or damaged. Suggests we approach with caution. Survey team approaches the derelict. They can see it has taken some damage. A hole in the hull allows direct access to the bridge. A single dead Nemean pilot is strapped to the command seat. Search for survivors. The search for the ship reveals no crew alive or dead. One of the ship's escape pods is missing. Examining the telemetry data from the launcher leads to a point in the nearest desert world. The logs appear to have been purged. Observes that whoever erased the data did not realize that the comm relay still has the last outgoing message in its transmission buffer. First payment package and prion samples received. Transmitting the promised data now. The data seems to be a large collection of ship identifiers, timestamps, and trajectories. These data look like plans for future Nemerian flip maneuvers. If accurate, this is highly sensitive military information. Despite the unfamiliar, the Nemerian morphology, while similar to Earth felines, looks to have evolved via their own path. This convergent evolution process has been observed on other planets in our own universe, but it is interesting that this convergence occurs here as well. Unfamiliar alien physiology. Rhea notes that biochemistry works the same with Nemeans as creatures in our own universe. It seems that some chemical interrupted the neurotransmitters that regulated breathing. But whatever it was, it broke down quickly after death. Cause of death? Poison? That makes... Sabotage? Gas giant. Desert and rocky. Oh boy. That is highly suspicious. Yeah, there's gonna be something here. Using telemetry data, the team is able to locate a small escape pod partially buried on the otherwise barren desert world. Scans show signs of life in a nearby cave. The team approaches the cave with caution. Inside, they find a not Nemean surrounded by a disorganized array of crates and survival equipment. She eyes the survey team with suspicion and hunger. I am Diplomat Anasa Jari of the Nemean. Who are you? The team identifies themselves as Starcom representatives and provide the diplomat with a communications feed to the Starhammer. What happened to her ship? We were on a goodwill mission to try to improve relations with the Karens when they attacked us. I was able to escape, but they destroyed my ship and one of our escorts. Something's not adding up. Didn't mention any goodwill mission. Asked the diplomat about the data you recovered from the ship's comm buffer. Comm buffer? I think I registered our flight plan with the Chirons so they would know when to expect us. That must be what you saw. That's not what we saw. Search the diplomat's supplies. Despite her objections, the team opens the crates. Besides expecting life pod survival equipment, there are a large number of gold bars. Carry those for exact purpose. Extra purpose. Consider it payment for my rescue. Life pod survivors are not expected to have crates of gold on them in any culture. She's attempting a barely veiled bribe. She initially feigns indignation, then professes innocence, but eventually she confesses. An unknown agent had been blackmailing her for years with information that would ruin her and her powerful family. She had been paying them off, but they demanded one last payment along with some sensitive information. After delivering the information to an unmarked vessel, they were attacked. She begs you not to reveal this to the Nemean. She didn't know that this data was military secrets. The penalty for treason is execution. My family is highly placed in the Nemean government. If you could omit some details in your account, you would make many friends. Tell her you consider her request. Have the team return to the ship with her as a diplomatic guest. There's another honest dispatch device. Analyzing information on a remnant artifact that is referred to as the Generation Vessel or Ark. My point, which the ignorant blah deliberately seems to have missed, is that none of the artifacts they left behind were intended as booby traps. They may pose a danger in their accidental misusage, but their natural use is unlikely to cause dire consequences. If the blood does not interact with an external system and the only blood of it are related to producing information, then the risks are small. We have positive proof that our lack of understanding of the contents binding our blood may have been the cause of the death of over 100 academics, plus the several billion Gonna be honest with you, some of this data seems highly sensitive for just shotgunning it across the galaxy and hoping it shows up where it's supposed to. Which seems to have been the theory with these automated couriers. They just launched a bunch of them, and one of them was bound to get there. Yep, that's right. Let's scan the moon first. Yeah, no anomaly. And we'll reset our time stone. Very old stone temple rises out of the jungle mists. Ensign Trenton reports that a pre-iron civilization flourished here for several millennia, but died out, probably a few centuries ago. Scans show the temple, despite myths to the contrary, ancient civilizations almost never actually booby-trapped their relics. Scans show the temple is mostly solid rock, but with a large interior chamber behind a small antechamber which is sealed with a thick stone slab. Scans also show voids around the chamber that may contain some mechanisms. After some careful analysis of the penetrating radar, Gilius concludes the mechanisms are a harmless part of the construction process. When the team opens the antechamber, they discover that it in fact was protected by an ingenious system of spring-driven spears. Despite the cleverness of the trap's design, they could not outwit time. Okay, well, need to update the Xenology 101 textbook. On rare occasions, civilizations do booby-trap their relics. Entropy and decay had rendered the trap harmless centuries ago. Within the final chamber, the team discovers what the builders found important enough to protect: an altar to a single glowing crystalline shard of pure adamantine. There is no clue as to how a pre-industrial civilization on a Class M planet came to obtain such a treasure. Every once in a while you get lucky. And we have incoming. I gotta say, that sounds like missiles to me. Not fighters launching. I gotta say, so far, the only thing that's really gotten through our shields has been a sun. At a distance, this appears to be an old current cruiser. Upon closer inspection, Gillies notices that it is actually was abandoned fairly recently and hastily buried in the sand. A recent windstorm has resurrected it. Further, there have been modifications made to the control systems to support different physiology. Displays supporting tricular vision are suggestive. Further investigation shows the ship is old. It was recently habituated, at least to the point of being spaceworthy. While the most valuable upgrades have been stripped out, it was a rush job, leaving some resources. Yeah. Yeah. Borderline temperate planet has only single-celled life forms, which makes the small glade of dead trees ominous. After examination, Rhea concludes that they must have been transplanted here. They should have thrived in this environment without competition, so their death is also a bit of a mystery. Excavating around some survey equipment labeled Station 9011 reveals that their entire root system has been amputated and extracted. The monitoring equipment's key components have also been extracted, save for the husk of the broadcasting equipment. We found their dead plant matter. That was one of the flotsam we have. Is their root system. Ooh, only 5 more landings and we can upgrade our dudes. Oh, that's S, not X. Durr. Nope. There should be a space station here somewhere. There you are. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, so I can strafe. We found a single survivor from your missing vessels. Most excellent news. You have our deepest gratitude. Please give us any details you can. Not only events, but omit details that would cast suspicion on the diplomat. Most disturbing. It sounds as if the Kyrenians lured the Syrians with the hope of breaking a truce. They're interested in information. Full account of the ship's logs pertaining to the events. The most shocking. Jar will face a tribunal for this. With the evidence from your logs, you and her family will not be able to protect her. We are most grateful that you've uncovered this deception. If she had been successful, it would have given the Curians a crippling advantage. I implore you not to reveal this information to the Curians. They will certainly use it as propaganda against us. Is there anything else? Okay, so either way, he thinks it's the Curians. I think it's the Devout, and I'd rather have her owe me a favor. That was the wrong button. And it sounds like she may have learned her lesson, quote unquote, question mark. Continue. You're interested in information about Remnant. There has been renewed interest in these wonders for several parties. We are, of course, familiar with the Great Gateways, but know little about their other rumored structures. Our intelligence officers report the Kyrian recently purchased information regarding the location of Fallen Empire Lab. The lab had been researching remnant artifacts, specifically something called a Star Lance. Our agent could not verify the accuracy of the information, but did capture the coordinates. I will transmit the details to your vessel. Boink. Boink. Might actually have enough titanium? Question mark? Reminds me, Fallen Lab. Yeah, it's out there. Our infros hope that the Nemurian have not convinced the Starcom to ally against us. We give you as much tour, favorable trade partner status, fair exchanges for resources, even a remnant object we have finished studying. We would like to trade. Remnant device. I wish this told me how much I needed. Oh well. Whoops, that was not what I wanted to do. There's like no reason to buy or sell anything to you. I mean, I guess I could buy copper. Or uranium. And maybe sell you titanium. But I have never found... Is there anything else? What can you tell us about this remnant artifact? We acquired it as part of an exchange. The seller claimed it was remnant technology. It may well be. It is well beyond our science. The object was sold below the value they placed on it, and they are not emphasizing this point. They are about to make a request that is very important to them. Perhaps you'd be willing to help us as well? Conflict has been imminent between us and the Marines. We wish to avoid a full war, but the distrust we have for them is mutual. We have entered with their ships to no effect. We suspect their military does not want peace, and our offers do not reach the higher echelons. You may have more success if you present our treaty offer at their homeworld. War may be averted. Where is their homeworld? This we do not know, but we have obtained the coordinate equation of a gateway their trade ships use. It may be near there. We'll work on it. We thank you. We are transmitting the coordinates to treaty and now. Or this, damage that, destroy these. Oh, and while you're at it, could you get milk? How did I miss that? No, I didn't miss that. A fortified structure is built into the mountains of this icy world. After a cautious approach, the team is easily able to gain access. The reinforced main door have been cut open with a powerful laser. Once inside, the team finds a deep shaft leading to an underground vault complex. The shaft was punctuated with a series of doors also cut through. The lowest level is Chaos. Best I can guess is that this was a mid-Empire facility dedicated to researching remnant artifacts. From what remains, the team guesses this was some kind of research facility. Most of the equipment has been removed, but in a side chamber that the Universal Translator identifies as secondary containment, the team finds an intact object. Remnant device. Technology is incredibly advanced to the point it's difficult to learn much from. It emits an energy signal with an unusual signature in response to certain environments. I'm in a hermetically sealed container. The container is empty, but is in itself a marvel of engineering. When closed, nothing could escape, not even information. Unfortunately, opening the container permanently compromised the seal. Okay. What do we got? I got 380 points. Let's head home. If I'm being honest, I think it might be time we did some research. And see about trying to upgrade the ship. Because I think we got the materials we need now. Wouldn't surprise me if we did. Oh, just the buggers I wanted to talk to. What do you know about the Kairan? They have been on the verge of war with their rivals, the Nemean, for many years. Rumors say they have limited telepathic abilities, but perhaps they started the rumor. We do some trade with them. They very recently acquired some remnant artifacts, but we could not persuade them to sell. What do you know about the Nemean? A proud civilization, but their progress is stunted by their ambitions. They rose in power during the twilight of the Empire, but since then the Kairanan have been ascendant. This long rivalry consumes too much of their resources, in our opinion. Oh yeah, we got the titanium we need. We've got everything we need. Booyah. I could buy up aluminum. There should be more resources. Silver, titanium, and plutonium. Energy systems. How big a ship can I build? Any tips on planning? I'm good. Alright, let's... Source of stronger deflectors. Additional increase the resistance of deflector modules. Oh, we got 380 points. I would increase plasma damage. I really wanted to upgrade to the Mark II fixed guns. That said, damage per unit of energy of our plasma bolts by an additional 20%. Let's be honest, I use plasma bolts quite a bit. Alright, time to swap over. Load design. Energy production of 100, peak draw of 55. So we've got energy to burn. We've got energy to play with here. And we've still got a fair amount of resources to work with. I would like to get some more max speed out of this sucker, if at all possible. What are you? You are Plasma Mark II cannons. You guys are bulkheads, which I kind of appreciate. Is there anything we want to do with these? I mean, we could pull these bulkheads, actually, and pull this down. Plasma Mark 1s. 50 titanium, okay. And they're too long. I'm gonna assume they're gonna suck heat, too. We might want to put them, actually, maybe you want to put them right here and then put the wings out further. That might not be a bad idea. Alright, propulsion. Energy, bulkheads, connectors, and then... Where is the survey lander on this sucker? Did I destroy it? I think I got rid of it. No, it's still on here somewhere. Oh, it's right there. Well, that's good. At least it's still there. What if... Oh, we've maxed out the size? This is the max size. Damn. We can't add any more to this. So actually, the next research we need is gonna be Saucer Bridge or Dreadnought Bridge. 125. What are we at right now? 15 helixes. We're at 105. So I don't know if the Saucer Bridge. I mean, it says it's less. Smaller max size than a Dreadnought. What does that mean? Lower resource cost. Let's do the Saucer Bridge. Let's keep going. I'm curious. No lasers though. Poo. And actually, we're kind of running out of. That's a hex, and this is a hex. I mean, here. Void speed 1.5, 1.4. So it's like 12. This is like 35 to 53. Yeah, you know, you could probably lose the small wings. Oh. Yeah. Cannot rotate, yeah. I was afraid of that. Research. What do we got for propulsions research? I have maxed it out. I mean, well, obviously there's more, but I can't research it. It's slower. Well, I guess that's to be understood too, considering what I'm doing with it. $1,766, 141, 18. I think the 18 is a better option. I've also armored the hell out of this sucker. And like, that is an option. Could move that down there, but then this sucker is going to heat up. Alright. Why? Oh, because you have to heal yourself up, apparently. Kind of looks like it was supposed to have legs, but things didn't turn out right. Actually, let's do the aluminum sails so that we have some silver first. Plus, with any luck, there'll be combat in this area. Six fighters, 12 missiles. Who would like to trade? You will buy iridium. You will also buy ethane. But I'm not selling ethane. He got taken apart. He got taken apart too. $200. That's a lot of silver. Box is filled with glittering fragments, possibly at one point data crystals, but damaged beyond any possible recovery. The Localion survey scanner. Less sophisticated than our own, but with some interesting ideas. Box contains part of a devote communication device. Its buffer has some interesting chatter about high-value Nimian and Kiranian converts. The box contains a guild dossier on the Safariel. Safariel? It has some tactical analysis on their advanced optical sensors and notes their interest in visual aesthetics. The box contains a damaged CXTA homing transmitter. It's apparently designed to return to its origin if the ship is lost. Despite being damaged, I think I may be able to extract some information about the transponder's flight path. I'll need a little time. Nice. Time to deliver a treaty. I'm a little bored. I need combat. Need some good combat. Suppose one of the things we can check out is to see if... Was it this one? I think it was this one. No, maybe not. Ouch times 10, there we go. See if ouch times 10 is still... It's still there. What the frick is going on here, Gilius? Significant damage to disparate systems. The timing is not ideal. I'm in the dark here too, Lieutenant Commander, during a full check, but the systems analyst program is dogging. Swarm warhead. Mechanism. This will allow us to research missile variant in the lab. For effectively creating multiple independent launches from a same base missile. They were still here. Ouch times 10 was still ouch, but not times 10 anymore. Just kind of ouch. Question. How are we out here? There once was a spaceship out here that was pretty big sized. It does not appear to have respawned. You know, we don't encounter these guys at all anymore, so I think maybe we just accept their treaty and be done with it. I think I fought him twice since the end. Accept the offer. Negotiation is complete. I suspect this intermediary was going to be held accountable for the results of our negotiations. Excellent. We hope this will cure any injuries from our unfortunate demands. Would you like to trade at this time? Trade. Use gold as a trade. You really... I mean, I can sell palladium and uranium to you, I guess. For gold. But, I mean, it doesn't really do much for me. Very good. Hail any of our other vessels. Alright, let's real quick check in on this system over here. "37 fighters out of range." Nothing new. Well, we did hear about it pointing the way, apparently. What do we got here? Our automated dispatch device. The dispatch contains a brilliantly insightful theory regarding how to approximate remnant warp geometry using simple hypermanifolds. Students have mesmerize the brute, and return to the academy at Creta for additional study following a quarantine period. Demonstrated measurability, better natural intuition with respect to certain remnant artifacts. Furthermore, I feel the group's curiosity and enthusiasm for their studies are notably blurb, a subjective observation, but a real one, I am confident. I predict our understanding of the artifacts will advance more in the next 10 cycles than the previous 100. Vindicating? Blurb. They must be proper nouns or something. I don't know if they expected anyone to actually do this. In their video game design company, they should have. I think I figured out what's going on here. Our own systems are attacking themselves. Remember that fractal ice fragment we recovered that required additional analysis? The artifact itself was harmless, but the data it contained caused our systems to run amok when they tried to analyze it. We need to get back to Kalino and take them offline for hard reset. Any risk to Kalino? To Kalino? No, we'll isolate the system. But we'll need the lab's computers. I am concerned about potentially lethal levels of condensation from Dr. Rama. Condescension on the topic of information hazards. Well, at least we figured it out here in the middle of frickin' nowhere, so that when everything went wrong, we would be deep doo-doo, rather than, you know, somewhere else. And it made this long-ass trip somewhat exciting. Even though we basically didn't find a damned thing. CS transponder had some flight data and a partial log. Have collected cargo blah from client who specifically requested straight void route to destination. Pickup was close to massive half Charlotte derelict. Reported an earlier pickup at full Charlotte derelict. Similar instructions. This route is much shorter. Expect no difficulties. Should arrive at client destination in unknown time reference. Looks like the transponder auto return was triggered shortly after departure. If we can find that start point, we might be able to find the vessel, assuming it hasn't already been found. I detect a star with unusual output fluctuations. And of course, I didn't mark the goddamn thing. Oh, here it is. There's the other one. Okay. I don't know where. Alright. Pickup was close to a massive half Charlotte derelict. Reported an earlier pickup at full Charlotte derelict. Similar instructions. This route is much shorter. Expect no difficulties. Half derelict. I'm assuming this is referring to this over here. Check out. I think these were the ones that did it. One of these did it, but looking at that, it might just be the same timestamp to go from one of these over. Might as well talk to the Elethra, see if it's got anything new to say. Across a reference to the Nemean. They are considered a minor species that reached space during the late Empire, followed soon after by the Karnan. Both were treated as minor vassal states, although the Nemean were considered senior and had more representatives in the bureaucracy. As the Empire declined, their strength grew relative to the rest of the Empire. I've noticed that as a reoccurring pattern and have formed a hypothesis. Civilizations that joined late did not have as much time to become dependent on their technology and were better prepared for their sudden loss. Many of the older civilizations may have vanished completely. Interesting theory. Makes sense. Alright, well, time to break the news to the professor and piss some people off. Oh, but the saucer bridge is 400. We have 475. What does the missiles take? Swarm missiles. It does 2 smaller warheads with evasive approach patterns, making them harder to shoot down. Our missiles will separate into 3 warheads instead of 2 for 50% more damage. As much fun. Does Starcom already have most of the research technologies? Of course Starcom has these technologies, but as we've learned, the physical laws of this universe are very subtly different from our own. For example, vacuum permittivity is slightly lower past the sixth significant figure. You do not want to try to fabricate a Mark II plasma cannon with 8.854187 pecafarads per meter tolerance here. So go find us some research data. Has informed me about the CIE device. Was attached to the team at Groombridge that developed the device. So naturally I'm aware the prospect of being permanently stranded in this universe is not too distressing to me personally. There is more to learn in a lifetime here than back home. I suspect most of the crew here do not share my indifference. But since I am prohibited from informing them, I cannot conduct a proper survey. But I do have concerns about the plan, since we don't really understand why this universe remains tethered to our own. I am less than certain we know how to untether it. Our computers seem to be acting up. Escalated thinks we need a hard reset. Acting up? Is this ironic understatement? Starhammer is having an anaphylactic attack from ingesting hostile data. You could have destroyed her. Also us. I wonder how often she conducts that experiment. If I throw a vacuum flask, I could hit 3 lab assistants who know enough to add a Kilmograph filter before adding computational resources to an analysis of unknown data. Crew is replaceable. We only have 2 ships. I will supervise Gius's hard reset of the Starhammer's systems. This kind of threat was avoidable, even if you haven't been following Captain Dulcia's reports. We discovered another of those artifacts. Hard reset complete. We should be safe from any further damage events. Do I get another reprieve from condescension? If you've seen one massive alien artifact emitting novel high-energy particles that don't interact with baryonic matter, you've seen them all. Well, that's not quite true. But we learned less from this one than the first. Thank you. Thank you. Well, shipyard, that's the one I want. Save. Save. Now, for the fun part. New. 3 more Ethereum and 2 more Adamantine. 8 Ethereum, 4 Adamantine. So Ethereum, 3 Adamantine. Well, I suppose. What am I doing? Close. What is it? Utilities? Or is it? No, it's not even on here. Poo. How did I look it up before? That's how I looked it up before. I looked at one of these when we were out and about. Okay. Threonine. Admit. So 3 and 2 versus 8 and 4. And I have 7, 8, 9, 10. So I need 10 total. 10, 8, 7, 6, 5. Yeah, and 15. Or 4 or 6. Great. Because that's cheap. Can I really put a laser weapon in here? Two. Yeah. Not ideal. How cooked do we get? I mean, it's not great, but it's not horrid either. How cooked do we get? It's not great. I'd love to do something like that. And then do it again over here. But I need more than what I've got to work with. Although, here's a question. This is 0.5. So there's one more point to work with. So I'm at 1.5 of the 2 points I need for the laser. Eighteen 18.2, 18.1. What are these? What size are these? These are 0.3. God damn it. There's 5, period. And now I have lasers. What's my speed? 18.1. These are a little toastier, but I think with all the firepower, that's not going to be a huge frickin' deal. And we have maxed what we're capable of. So. Why is this colder than this? Looking pretty good. And 183 is the peak draw. Nice. Looking real good. Based on Delos' report, I think the ice fracture was an attempt to create a sort of vaccine to an informational hazard. But I can't think of a way to safely figure out the details without risking our systems again. Let's definitely not do that. Oh. Cargo. 165 points. I think that actually gives us enough research points for the missiles. Yeah, swarm missiles. We researched our weapon variant. You can change the active variant from the ship system control panel. Nice. Missile variants can't be combined by they receive all the benefits of any general missile technologies like speed or increased yields. Okay. So there are several variants of missile. Swarm. Damage 2.8, 4.6. 2 and 2 is 4, 8 and 8 is 16, so it actually is more damage for Swarm. And longer range. So yeah, we're gonna go with that. Lasers! Auto and free. So, if I want to test it out, I think I need to get down there, and I want to test it out before I forget about it. So let's head to a warp gate. That was not what I intended to do. But I'm here now. think I want the lasers to just auto. I may end up regretting this, but hopefully they only go after enemies. One, two, three, four. 2, 3, 4. It's kind of a horse apiece. Well, that's doing that. I'm gonna set to auto and free. That way it's kind of an automated defense. What can I do? Can I do anything with Havoc? No. I was wondering if there's some way to auto Havoc. Oh, there's a direct autopilot. That would have been nice to know. Derelict vessel detected ahead. Is this a guild vessel? Derelict is in remarkably good condition, particularly since neutronian decay readings on the reactor show marine cure cholesterol. It's the Maria cure cholesterol. What's that? Sorry, that was funnier in my head. Okay. The derelict is in a remarkably good condition, particularly since neutronian decay readings on the reactor show it's been dead in space for decades, if not longer. Radiation levels are quite elevated, but still safe enough for a short investigation. There are no signs of crew or passengers, and the ship's logs are blank. The cargo hold, damn, that was nice. Has a number of containers of material, including some radioactive, but they are all still intact and do not explain the elevated radiation. Given the data storage medium, the radiation probably erased the ship's logs, although I cannot explain the radiation, which should have decayed by now. Uranium, titanium, xenium. More uranium. 10 titane. Hold up, that transponder from the cargo just powered itself up. Judging from its range, I'd say we're within maybe one sector of its ship. Yeah. It's good to be right. I'm a little concerned about one sector of its ship, though. Transponder. Auto return was triggered shortly after. Find the star point, we might be able to find the vessel, assuming it hasn't already been found. Straight void route to destination. CXTA. Pickup was close to him. Report an earlier pickup at a full charge in a similar location. This route is much shorter. Expect no difficulty should arrive at client destination in unknown time reference. Just power itself up. So there was another pickup here. This is a shorter travel. Whoops, that is not what I want to do. Okay, I was a little worried to activate the teleporter there. Let's search this tile first, I guess. Whoa, whoa, whoa! That might be what we're looking for. Every once in a while, you get a nice blip on the scope that tells you some stuff. Whoa, 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 whoa. From the transponder output energy I saw between away from the target. It's another burst relay station. Message fragment in its matrix. It's hard to tell how old these messages are since there's no way to acknowledge receiving. These relays may be designed to just broadcast until their share-light decays, which would be a very long time. Coverable fragments of the message translate as, Route 173 would not have survived this long without the sand brains leaving food, and entrance is barely visible to the west. Another reference to the sand brains. So relay is malfunctioning. It is designed to override its receiver telemetry when a message arrives, but failed to do so. I've noted the location where the message came from. This relay is malfunctioning. Is designed. Where the location is from. Treaty excavations. We want to go here. We're almost on top of it now. I've got the vessel on my sensors now, Commander. Derelict showed, based on the vessel's logs, they had experienced several reactor poisonings in the past. Seems they were pretty casual about maintenance. Derelict shows no signs of combat damage, but the missing rear third shows something obviously went wrong. Inside, the team finds evidence of a massive reactor explosion. There's a small amount of salvage in the ship's intact systems, as well as a single cargo container with a brass-colored item inside. Where were you headed, little one? Because you were headed somewhere. Oh, I can't actually shoot you because you're friendly. Nice. Maybe. CXTA Derelict. Transport from Chariot. Save and close. I'm gonna go a little way to see if our scanners pick up anything. Cheers shall find details at least down to the bleh. That's small. Microscopic even, maybe. Excavations. Still nothing on the radar. Alright, well. Let's go this way. Ow. We got a couple of stars out here. Ow. Whoops, that was not what I wanted to do. Now cruise is off as well. So I don't have to worry about it coming off of and then switching over to cruise. I'm gonna guess that the planet in the middle of the glowy exclamation points is probably the planet we're supposed to go to. And there's a gate. Booyah. That is a tiny planet. Small meteorite, high concentration of uranium. Pyramid on this world is disappearing into the thick jungle and blends in well with the low volcanic mountains that surround it. It also shows signs of an orderly evacuation. The team searches for a nearby observation point in hopes of recovering some Charlotte without success, but several kilometers west of the structure, Ensign Kepler spots another overgrown structure. Peck sets the lander down soon after approaching the ruins. They are approached by what at first glance appears to be a devout, who beckons them, but Ensign Trenton observes they lack the ritual markings. So the team warily follows the alien inside a cave-like dwelling within a buried Empire structure. Others of the same species are present. Trenton erects a hollow feed to the Starhammer. Welcome, alien beings. It has been over 3 generations since visitors have come. We are out of practice in the art of hospitality. As you can see, we are not overly encumbered with summoned objects, but still retain the wisdom of our ancestors, which we will gladly share. Who are you? Are you devout or heretics? Your speaking enchantment is difficult for me to understand. I believe you refer to the believers and academics. This distinction did not exist when we left. We only learned of it from later visitors. Our ancestors saw the cracks forming in the Empire. It was clear to them that the magic would soon be lost. Those who still depended on it would die. They unlearned their spells and relearned new ones. You look a lot like the devout. And the heretics, I assume. While the Empire called many kinds its children, ours were the heirs of magical practice. There was no exclusion. Any could be found in any. When we left, we had tusk-faced fur fighters and many more. But our kind preferred the magical studies by custom. Tusk-faced and fur fighters. We've encountered them. If you've abandoned magic, what wisdom do you offer? There is much to know besides the fickle magic of Empire. We can teach you the patiently learned knowledge of the heavens, the subtleties of life, or the patterns of nature. This is the custom of our hospitality. Biomed observation. Patterns of nature. Patience is the most important part of observation, and apparently they learned a lot of patience sitting in the jungle for a century or two. The Tangled is intense, and tutelage is intense and brief. Surprisingly, it consists mostly of guided meditation, but the results speak for themselves. After returning, their Starcom aptitude protocol scores are significantly improved. I don't want to fly all the way down here again unless I have some way of getting down here quicker. Whoa! What are you guys? Okay, you guys are good. You're fine, you're fine. We're all fine here. Okay. We're happy to trade with Starcom friends. I'm sure you are, buddy. I'm sure you are. We could actually make this trade. Which should get us closer to our saucer. Saucer bridge needs 4, yeah. So here's a question. Yes, it is the fleet. That was not what I wanted. These may be a natural phenomenon. Compressed helium may have expanded within a deep layer of aluminum in fluid phase, creating bubbles that rose through the atmosphere and expanded. Silvery bubbles bob in the clouds like buoys. After capturing one with the microtractor, Ensign Gilius is surprised to discover no advanced technology or technology of any kind. The spheres are thin films of aluminum, less than a centimeter in thickness, filled with helium like balloons. That's kind of cool. I see you over there. A weird little collection of things. Oh, legendary steed of Wilsker. I need that. want... reset. I need that. $15. $800. Yttrium is used for a lot of things. It's used a lot for Havoc. Oh, it's not actually used for missiles. Good to know. What is missiles? Missiles... Havoc Mark 1, that's not helpful. Uranium is missile launchers. This is enough to get the saucer. So we have enough to upgrade to the saucer now. And there's our warp gate. Another one of those remote extractors, so some more titanium. I buy him these new beds, and what is he doing? Curled up on an old blanket in the corner. Maybe someday he'll lay on the bed. And now it's time to use this device. Oh, that was the autopilot mark. I was trying to figure out what just disappeared. It's the autopilot mark. Dude. Activate the portal. We're back here. This seems to be a rather constant. Yeah, not much of a fight. I'd like to trade. You got anything? Take that down to probably 150. I can buy all the uranium from you I want. I don't know what I do with it, but I can buy it all from you if I want. That would be everything I need for the other bridge. So we gotta figure out how to fund it. That'll fund it. Actually, I like using silver because I don't have to question what I could have done differently. What could I have used that to build with? Absolutely frickin' nothing. Are you the Illuma school? Yeah, I think you are. Yep, you are. Yeah, there's more silver. I need 2 more adamantine for the next bridge up, actually. I'd love to look at the haulers here and see if they've got any aluminum for sale. You do. What do you want? Do you want silver? You wouldn't say no to it. Um, I hit 0. This converts all of my gold. That'll get us a little more gold. Got that weird star there, too. I am not on the wormhole anymore. I'd love to pick up Trinity warheads. Fighter production rate. Increases our maximum squadrons by 1? Okay, that's kind of busted. Increases maximum effective range. Alright, well. Save design. Save. Right? Carrier, yep. New ship. Saucer Bridge. Just need 2 more adamantite. So, 135 versus 105. So a little bit bigger. So we want 2 of these. I guess first let's put in 2 crew quarters. Shield gen. Scanner. Laser Mark 1. I'm always leading with my head. Actually, go like that. Other weapons. Where are we at? Utilities. Nope, that's not the one I want. Exhaust port. Exhaust vent. Hey, little buddy. How are you? We've got the crew. What do we got for charity? We got enough for one more large. Maybe what we do is we put some medium batteries and we put another one of those there. Okay. So we've got the 4 missile launchers, we've got the 4 plasmas, we've got the 2 havocs, and the 2 lasers. What's up, little one? It's aluminum. Okay. Repulsed. Yeah, like everywhere I want to put these damn things. I hear you, little one, and I'll be with you in a bit. All right, all right. You're okay, little one. Woo! I got 3 speed. 14. Oh, I could almost do it. It's a problem with the way I designed this thing. Actually, what do we have here? Um. That takes us back into the clear. We're still at 16. I'd like to get faster than that. That's 19 right there. Damn, that's a thing. Turn rate of 36, engine draw. What's up, Mac? Wow, you just made me eat my mic, little one. We're at 14 of 35. Heat's not bad at all, actually. And actually, we want to make it even better. I love you. I love you. I love you. Calm down. Alright, there's that. And there's that. We've got 1019 HP. We've got 19.4 AU. Save. Test. Shield. Ow! Saucer. Save. So 19.4 and 35.4 versus load 38 and 17. So we're a little slower on the turn. $38, 17.9, 19.4, and 35. Oh, my awesome. Can I help you, little one? Yeah, why are you eating me? I could build another shield generator. Um, 'Mac, I love you. You need, ow, to stop. $18.9. Turn rate is 34.1. We would have 2 shield gens, though. Eh. Let's go back to the shielded load design. This is fast and maneuverable, and it's got more rockets on it. Oh, we need a surveyor. I forgot the surveyor. Whoops. thank God. 19.4. You pull this. It's 18.6, which is still faster. $18.5. I would like. I love you, little one. I really, I do. I do. Saucer carrier versus 17. So it's faster, but it's a slower turning rate. Okay. Okay, I'll be with you in just a sec, little one. I'm wrapping it up. I just want to check this puppy out. Still got a pretty good turning rate. 18 missiles. Auto free swarm. Peak power draw is under the production, and we still have a ton of battery, so we're good. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is where we are going to call it. The Star Hammer is, well, becoming a bit of a hammer. I'll probably play this again tomorrow. That's kind of my plan. I'm really enjoying it. I'm having a bit of fun. Yeah. Thank you guys for joining me. I can't say that enough. Discord is always open. We'd love to have you. Links to the About Me page. Or feel free to ask the bot. Pardon me. Snooze them thar ads. Yeah, other than that, I don't think we have much. Like I said, Discord is open. Probably playing this tomorrow. Not quite sure what the week holds as far as stream schedule. It kind of depends on how work goes. And how tired I am, and. But yeah, thank you guys again so much for joining me. I can't say that enough. Yeah, I'm just gonna hold you, and then you can't bite me. Yeah. Okay, you can. Ow. Okay, you can. I was wrong. I'm gonna hold you under the arms now. Now you can't bite me. Yeah. You nut. Oh, thank you guys so much. Thank you, thank you. Stay safe, everyone. Be careful. And if I don't see you sooner, if we don't see you sooner, we'll see you later. Good night, guys. Yes, I'm ending on that.